welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMails24, Unamento, M Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their conversation while I set up for today's live show.
All right, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Van Dijk. Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Hello, Nathan. Okay. First on the panel. Neil, you're slow.
Hello? Yeah, I'm busy. Sorry.
Hold on, I got it.
My car's misfiring again last night. Check engine light flashing all the way home. So
Yeah?
I don't know what, I gotta bring it in again. I just got all the spark plugs changed, so maybe he did something wrong. I don't know.
So we're all looking forward to taking apart Dr. Becky today?
A very good morning it shall be.
Yes, I
Yeah.
can't wait.
Hey.
Yeah, we'll be looking at some Dr. Becky nonsense today.
She should have responded to my email 2 years ago.
I've never heard of her or heard her as yet.
You haven't heard of Dr. Becky?
No.
So you haven't been keeping up with the debate then?
It's
no, everyone's
part
going
of
to know who she
every.
is. That's fine. It's just another person
It's-
talking nonsense. That's all that matters.
No, it's just part of eating lunch and listening to iTunes. It's called doing science.
Isn't that the one that says that we are complicated rock?
No,
that's
that's
been-
Michelle Thaler.
Oh,
from
Michelle.
NASA.
Yes, sorry.
All right.
Becky did a video where she was sitting in front of her computer and she was going to eat lunch and listen to iTunes and do science by looking at images.
Are you sure it wasn't pseudoscience?
The Big Dipper may have come into that equation if it's soup.
Is it too early for good puns?
I have no idea. He did the soup, so I had to go with the Big Dipper.
He's looking at the big
Well, to
chicken dipper.
believe
Well, I
that we
mean,
live
to
on
look at.
Sorry,
Go
guys.
on.
To believe that we live on a sphere is to deny physics. The behavior of liquids and gases requires containment. They don't see these things, these guys.
Well, she was looking at images on her computer and equated that to doing scientific experiments.
She wasn't. She said she's doing science, Ted.
I don't know. I mean, looking at pictures from supposed satellites in the violation of natural law and say you're doing science and you don't even have a hypothesis. I mean, you're doing something, but it's not science.
Okay, might as well start as we mean to go on.
Science
So
we talk about here. Sorry, Nathan.
it's okay. What we're going to be looking at is a video by a guy called On the Edge with Andrew Gold. So that's the name of the YouTube channel where we're getting this interview from. So hopefully during the live show someone will put a link to his channel. As I said before, when I covered him, or when I brought this up, the reason I'm interested in him is because he's covering Scientology, along with a lot of other things. That's not like his main focus or anything. It's just that's what caught my attention. There you go. That's what we'll be covering today, if you want to go and look it up. The actual show is called something about Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise in Space, Interstellar and Black Holes, Dr. Becky.
You do know there's a link between L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons.
Yeah, they're all one big click. Yeah, I realise that. Doesn't get covered here though, does it? I mean, yeah, we might talk about it now, and in the occasional pre-show, things like that might get covered. But ultimately speaking,
Just
that.
just-
God.
Just
You're roboting one deck, dropping a join.
Yeah, you're not only roboting, you're talking straight through me with your roboting because you can't hear me talking. So you're persistently roboting straight through the top of me. Great. We don't cover that. The reason we don't cover it is because it's not pertinent to the point. Space is fake. Does it matter who came up with the deception or how they did it or who they're connected to or which German... It doesn't matter. You know, does it?
Not at
but
all.
No, it doesn't because we're focused on the main topic. But it when you go back in history and realize how these people hung out together and then they each have a part in the whole lie, then it does matter.
Yeah, it becomes interesting, right, Ken?
Yeah, I mean, when you
see
can,
how all these liars got together to make this big deception on the world.
yeah, I mean, you've got Walt Disney involved, you've got Jack Parsons, you've got L. Ron Hubbard, you've got that other guy, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. And then you got the birth of NASA right around the same time. So it's like, huh, interesting.
And the money that they rake in.
Oh, that's just a big black hole where they funnel it back to themselves through other means and call it for one other reason, but they're really using it for another reason.
Possibly interesting to a journalist. So this guy, right, Andrew Gold, that side of this subject might be fascinating to him because it is interesting. It is something that can captivate an audience. But there's a big caveat in this regard, which is to say that you have to captivate that audience after they appreciate that they've been lied to. So there's a glorious sell for Flat Earth where you use this sort of stuff to sell the idea and notion of Flat Earth by that fascinating idea of this conspiracy, which is what this is. Okay. But for me, you've first got to get the fish on land. In other words, you've got to get the guy in the pond who's swimming around happily thinking he was on a sphere to realise he isn't or she isn't. At that point, they might go, oh, wow, I wonder how this deception came to pass, who benefited, who were the main players. But that comes after, doesn't it?
The money.
Yeah, follow the money. Yeah, I agree. But that comes after. And for me, I just don't find it that interesting anymore. I did. Don't get me wrong. I got so enthused by all that kind of stuff when I saw Morgile and Math Powerland and Jaren all covering it. It was fascinating. But not for long.
Yeah, we moved on, right, Nathan?
We moved on to proving it's flat and actually debunking the primary claims of sphericity. That's what we did. As opposed to divine motivation for the rest of time.
Well, Andrew Gold said the part that I caught, I didn't see the whole thing, but the part I caught said he left his previous vocation because of constraints, and so he feels more free now to be able to do the kind of stories he wants to do.
When you're talking about such a widespread deception, I mean, money seems a weak thing to be the reason, you know?
Oh, come on. Money's always behind everything, John.
Yeah,
And
money's
this
part
guy
of
Gold,
If
he
you
seems
print-
right.
money and control, you know, flip sides of the same coin in this instance. So,
Yeah, if you print money, why do you care if you make money?
because it offers you power.
Right.
No, you're
Power.
printing the money. You
Yeah,
need
but the people
Yeah, but
want the
it's-
money, and you've got
people to
control of the
want
money.
the
Therefore,
money.
you've got control of the people. Therefore, you've got power over the people. So, yeah, they can just print it, but they're not interested in what they're printing. They're interested in that notion, that control system, that structure, as opposed to the paper notes and their value. Because, like you say, they've got control
Right.
of that. But that's part of a structure. It's within the system of control.
Right. Yeah. So why it's I don't think it's necessarily about the money. You need to follow the information to find out who's responsible on this one.
Yeah, there you go. In other words, who's actually lied to you? Well, currently we can only point the finger at one group of people, and that's astronauts. A lot of the people that we're talking about in this instance are all dead.
Usually, when you follow, you end up following the money to find the information, or you follow the information and you find the money. It doesn't matter. They're all connected.
Agreed. I think John's main point is that this is an information war as opposed to a financial one. And yes, finances are overriding control aspect of every system in this regard, but it isn't something to sort of focus on and go, it's just about money. Not really. That's part of it. But only one cog in a massive machine.
Nathan, what's
If
your
you want-
readings on this guy Gold? Because he seems right to me. I don't know. Could be just my own wishful thinking,
What
but
do you mean, my
he
thoughts
seems
about him?
right.
He's a journalist. He's a good journalist, as far as I can ascertain from the very, very limited amount of information I've seen. He asks pertinent questions and knows when to shut his mouth. That's a good journalist, as far as I'm concerned.
No, I mean on how he'll receive this this flat Earth as you know, just what you were doing in chat.
I love this.
How do you think he
I haven't
received
even
that?
given it 1 second of ponderance. The only ponderance I
No,
thought
I
was maybe at one point we may end up communicating with one another. So I better watch my mouth a little bit. That was all I thought. That was the extent of my consideration towards it. I don't care how he takes it. It's not my concern. So I don't care.
You know what, Nathan? I knew it because when you said that, and he said, "Whoa, whoa, easy. Everybody's got entitled to their beliefs." You backed off a little bit, just a little bit. Then you got back on track.
His show. I'm a guest there. I can take a hint.
He's a YouTuber now. He wants to go into his own business, entrepreneur. He was working for some kind of network or something. I can't remember what. But now he's on his own. So he wants good stories. He wants riveting, titles. So
And he wants subscribers, which is something that I
Yeah.
hopefully can help with. I can say his name a few times and make sure his channel's not a catchy name, by the way. On the Edge with Andrew Gold. I can say that over and over again, and hopefully, as long as I talk about him in a positive light, people will say, okay, well, I'll check him out then. Hopefully subscribe, it'll grow his channel. These sorts of things are mutually inclusive, aren't they?
Were you interviewed by someone recently?
Me? No.
Dr. Becky was interviewed by him.
Going to be covering the Dr. Becky and this guy talking about. I actually wanted to spin past all that. I've got to be honest. I've just skipped to the bit where I came in the chat, that is, when I watched it, because I vetted it. And when I scrubbed through it this morning, just before starting the show, I was like, there's a lot of talk about Tom Cruise, and frankly, I'm not interested in Tom Cruise. No offense to Tom Cruise, but he's a different fish that needs frying on a different day. If we're going to cover Scientology in any meaningful way at some point, now beyond the connections of heliocentrism to Scientology, which is a fringe, let's be honest, of the overarching one world religion that is heliocentrism. So in this instance, Tom Cruise is a small fish compared to Becky, as weird as that sounds. She's higher up the hierarchy of heliocentrism, and he may be considerably higher up the hierarchy of Scientology, which is an offshoot of heliocentrism. So he's a small fish in this regard. Sorry, Tom, if you're watching. Obviously you are. You love Flat Earth debate, I'm sure.
I have a number. I put an article.
He does.
Tom Cruise is number 3. He's number 3 in Scientology.
Yeah, it's way up there. He's been a Scientologist since the 80s.
He's going to take over. Trust me. He's going to be the main guy soon.
Whatever. What was that, AI Overlord?
Well,
Saying his recent movie, which is, a cool retro nostalgia back to the original Top Gun. It's a cool movie, whatever, but in there they make a passing shot against everybody, intelligence, telling them that this plane can't see that plane because it's too far over the curve of the Earth. Because the curve of the Earth's in the way of the radar. Now, they're a military ship, a bunch of planes. Tom Cruise supposedly is a good-looking guy, right? And he's honest and would never lie, Scout's honor. So a lot of people are going to watch this movie and be like, oh, yeah, that makes total sense, thinking that they've just witnessed a scientific experiment.
I think someone was mentioning this the other day. It might have been Righteous
Wait, when did he
Force
say
talking
that?
about... My bad.
I just want to know when he said
My
that.
bad. So Righteous was talking about this the other day, where he said that he'd watched something as a cartoon or a depiction as a kid or something as his youth progressed that over time has just become reality. And in this case, if you're some, 8-year-old kid watching whatever this is called, Mission Impossible 2, and you see that can form part of your world. And I've described this loads of times before with the fine line between the suspension of disbelief in movies versus the suspension of disbelief of heliocentrism. They call it science fiction. Okay, well, there's a parallel there. A lot of the things that have come from your science fiction are actually directly lifted from things like A Brief History in Time. If you look at Red Dwarf, that's all it is. So it's called science fiction, but that's based on your worldview that you think is science fact, and it isn't. So it's used to indoctrinate you. That's what these flicks do when they do things like that, when they tell you the curve of the Earth gets in the way. Why would a Scientology producer, in this case Tom Cruise, I know he's in the movie, want to put that into the movie? Well, because it's a fundamental bedrock of his religion in Scientology. Earth curve and heliocentrism and space, that's the fundamental basis of Scientology. So of course he's going to promote that. Still, smaller fish than Becky, she's a priest.
The movie is Top Gun that AI is referencing, the new version.
Which one, Maverick?
My God, Neil, can you stop stepping on people as soon as they start talking?
Wasn't me, first of all. Second of all, I just want to know which movie. Maverick, because I watched it. I never heard that.
Maverick? Is that what it's called? Top Gun 2?
Nope.
Who cares? The point is, they put this sort of stuff in movies because you'll accept it as real. The alien being sucked out into a sky vacuum from the Nostromo or whatever they call that big spaceship in the Aliens movie. Well, that notion of a sky vacuum is being propped up when you suspend disbelief about an alien in the sky vacuum. The sky vacuum, you don't appreciate that you're suspending disbelief when you see that in the movie. When you see space in the movie. It's reaffirming your suspension of disbelief in real life about space, which isn't real. But you think it is. You just don't know you're suspending disbelief because of things like this movie.
Yeah, well,
But
he
even
did a
that
good
sentence
job.
you
We
just
know
said,
that.
Go on, AI.
you're sucking out a gas out of a vacuum.
Okay, that's wrong.
Think about it.
Yeah, okay, the gas pressure's pushing out and then it has nothing to press upon, so it's
No, that's not
vacating.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in one instance, you think to yourself, okay, here's a spaceship. I'm watching it on the screen, sucking gas out of a vacuum. And then you don't realize, wait a minute, the planet that it's right next to, wouldn't that gas be sucked into the big ass vacuum right next to it?
Exactly.
So they're showing you a double trouble right there.
Yeah, like this image on screen, you've got, I use this as a thumbnail, although it's obviously not the words from the thumbnail I used it for. And at a glance, it looks like 3 alien ships invading Earth from space. If you look a bit closer, it's 3 sextants, right? So they're not alien vessels, and this is a sky vacuum, and what if these were alien vessels with little men inside, protected from the sky vacuum? This gas here is right next to it, not expanding into it, with no barrier. So, yeah, you just don't see the wood for the trees if the lie's big enough.
Well, it's a better image because they all 3 have a horizon mirror, so they could aim at their target and they have a better angle to it.
Those are sextants?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, back to AI. AI, you do realize that in that picture that you described in that movie, the Earth has a Kármán line and the spacecraft doesn't.
Doesn't have a Kármán line.
Yeah, that's what they'll say. They'll say, oh, the reason the gas stays on the Earth is because of the Kármán line.
That's correct.
Kármán line's an
And they'll tell you
arbitrarily
that
assigned.
that's how God.
Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
I was just going to say, they'll tell you that that's the way it works. That's it. That's the way the Earth works.
The way the Earth works, the way gas works, is it needs something to press on. Kármán line is an arbitrarily ascribed place so they can grab a volume from something. But it's not a barrier. It's their limitation so they can ascribe the V in PV equals nRT.
They're missing it, Nathan. It's the electromagnetic field, the Kármán line. Come on, science been lied to us.
Not a container for gas. It's not something to press upon.
You mean 330 million people in America are liars? You mean all of the employees of NASA are liars? You think this is one big conspiracy? Come on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying space is fake. Can't be a vacuum. Anybody who says that they're in that fake place is a liar. So if you're an astronaut claiming to be out on a light in the sky in a presupposed orbital motion traversing a vacuum, then you're a liar. Because there is no vacuum. So they can't be telling the truth. Because there isn't a place to be to claim to be. There's no sky vacuum. We'd all be dead. So there's only a handful of people I can ascribe the word liar to. Astronauts that claim to be in space are one of them.
Well, look, they're the ones who've been closest to the atmosphere. The atmosphere works like that. So you've never been there. How can you say that?
Atmosphere? What, sphere-shaped air? Air in a sphere shape surrounding a sphere Earth, not dispersing into a vacuum. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere arbitrarily, with a Kármán line arbitrarily ascribed at its outer limits where it's not expanding into a vacuum in violation of natural law. Air isn't sphere-shaped. Air takes the shape of its container because air's gas. Atmo, that's air. Sphere, that's an oxymoron. There is no air sphere.
Yeah, but how do you know that at those great heights, with the dynamic system we have, cold, heat, and all that, that there isn't this natural division? Just like when you see the ocean mixing with a river, the water is a different color. I mean, come on, Nathan.
Because in the heliocentric model, they claim they're traversing the gas pressure we're all breathing and entering into a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum at 10 to the minus 17 torr. At some point, the rocket passes the gas we're all breathing at high pressure, goes through it, no barrier described, and into the sky vacuum. Well, if the rockets can go through the non-barrier you're trying to get me to concede to, then so can the gas. And it would. That's natural law. It's called dispersion. It's an entropic law.
Yeah, I know. But the rocket's got all this thrust, and up there, the gas has not got the thrust. So it's just hanging out at the Kármán line. It's so easy to understand.
Gas doesn't hang out. It expands in all directions at high velocities until it collides with either another gas particle or the walls of its containment. If it doesn't, it just continues to travel in whatever direction it's traveling at whatever velocity it's traveling until it does hit something. If there's nothing to hit, it'll just keep going. Therefore, we'd have never achieved gas pressure on Earth in the first place if the sky was a vacuum. One gas particle would leave the ground and immediately vacate into the space, never to return. We'd never develop gas pressure, let alone have gas pressure hanging around, chilling out at the Kármán line in violation of natural law.
Well, but the gas that hangs around is all under the clouds. We have very little up there, so there isn't much more to escape.
You must have containment to have gas pressure. To have gas pressure gradients and dynamic systems, including clouds and the water cycle, you must have gas pressure, and to have the gas pressure, you must have containment. It's an antecedent-consequent relationship. Without the container, there can be no pressure.
It's not how the planet works.
We're not on a planet.
That was fun, Nathan.
Do I warm up with Becky?
Yeah, that was fun, by the way. Thanks for...
Yes,
Playing
warm
on.
up with Becky. I've
What
been
we
waiting.
call the event horizon, that sort of sphere that surrounds this infinitely dense point where you have to be traveling faster than the speed of light. It's sort of like the point of no return.
Brian here. Hey, Brian.
Speed of light, Brian.
Hey, Nick.
Did you hear that, or you were getting breakfast or something?
Sorry, I had gloves on me, cleaning something. Yeah, well, how are things?
Good.
Hey,
Just wanted you to respond to Becky. I don't need to tell you what she said, just the phrase "speed of light" was used. That's all you need to know.
Oh, it's speed of light, the two-way speed of light, also known as Einstein's convention, because he used it within his E equals mc squared equation, and also his general relativity model is purely, as it's called, a convention. It's based on 4 pre-assumptions and 2 averages. It is not a measurement. There is no one-way speed of light measurement. It is a 2-way calculation based off of belief, and it all originates with Kepler's analemma and the pre-assumption that, well, it originates with Kepler's analemma and the pre-assumption that that's correct, but also with the pre-assumption that we have a measure of R value to a globe Earth that is pre-assumed, and that the sun is also a sphere that has a measure of R value, and it's at a particular distance from us.
That's based on Kepler's third law. So they derive that from Venus having the same R value as is assumed for the Earth, and then Kepler's third law applied to give them the derivation to give them the radius of the sun and the distance. But they need that scaling value. So that's why Christian Huygens superimposes a presupposed R value onto Venus, so that they can scale it with Kepler's third law.
Yeah, but see, Kepler's third law, where did it all start with? Kepler's analemma. It all started with Kepler's analemma. That's where the 2-way speed of light claim originates, Kepler's analemma. Because the average distance between the globe Earth and its heliocentric sun over a 12-month period is exactly the 2-way speed of light claim.
Right, hence 1 AU.
1 million miles per hour.
Right, 1 AU.
Yeah.
So it's all nonsense and requires R. Right, we've debunked R, Becky. So in that calculation, not measurement, you assume quite a number of things, including that Venus is the same size as Earth. Earth has an R value. You can't measure that. We've debunked it. So all of this maths, calculations, not measurements, is bunk. Anyone else got anything to add?
Just to add to that, what they normally refer to today is a guy called Fizeau. And this guy, he measured a tiny portion of a second. Now, there is 1 million microseconds in 1 second. That's what's in 1 second. 1 million microseconds in 1 second. He measured a tiny portion of microseconds. I don't know, I think it was back in the 17 or 1800s. It's a completely ridiculous claim. If you look into what he supposedly did, it would be next to difficult for a computer to do that in today's world. Never mind a human to do it in today's world with today's technology outside of a computer. It's complete and utter nonsense. He just back engineered a calculation based on another calculation that already existed. It's total rubbish.
Brian, would it be safe to say he assigned that number that he gave it just so he can come up with it? Because he could have just said 2 million microseconds, but he just said 1 million. You can assign anything, right?
Well, no, he didn't state that there was, like, it's a common thing that they put that there's 1 million microseconds in a second. That's the way, like, a second always has 1 million microseconds. He was claimed to have measured a tiny amount of those microseconds. If you think about it like this, he measured a return distance that was less than 10 miles. It was 9.4 miles. So the full return distance was 9.4 miles. So if you measured 9.4 miles, let's just say, right, using the speed of light, and you're trying to measure the speed of light, how tiny, right, in accordance with what they're claiming it is now, they're claiming the speed of light is 671 million miles per hour. So how tiny would your measurement have to be? How precise would your measurement have to be over a 9.4 mile return distance? Right, you're measuring something that will give you 671 million miles per hour. I mean,
Right,
how
so-
fast would, like, I mean, the point I'm making is you couldn't measure that tiny little amount. You couldn't measure that tiny distance that if light was moving at 671 million miles per hour, it would be absolutely impossible for somebody to measure it through observation over a 9.4 mile return distance.
Right.
Think
So
about
this guy Fizeau let's give him a break and say 1800s instead of 1700s, measured less than 10 miles, 9.4 miles of this 1 million microseconds based on 670 million miles per hour speed of light, and then came up with this thing that exactly matches their story.
Yeah, that's basically it. He already knew that there was already an existing two-way speed of light claim. He already knew about all that, and he basically claimed that he measured a tiny fraction of a second. That's what he claimed to measure.
Right, but
a tiny fraction of a second.
and all of that, I didn't hear what he used to measure it.
Oh, he used it was an apparatus where he used a reflected light, where he had an apparatus that's like a wheel that spun, and within this apparatus he had different openings for the light to come through. It's hard to explain it just off an explanation. I'd have to show it to you, but it's basically a wheel that's turning.
Like he's trying to do shutter. He's trying to use shutter speed.
Yes, like a shutter, that kind of thing. Yeah. Google it and you'll see it. I'm not giving it a full explanation there with words. But it was just basically he couldn't do what he claimed to. What was claimed that he did. It would be impossible. If light was moving at 671 million miles per hour, then how could you over a 9.4 return? You have to remember that's a return distance. How could you measure that amount? It would be such a tiny fraction of a second. You would need a modern day computer to even calculate it.
Well, you need an apparatus that can sense at that speed, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now we are joined by Righteous Force, Neil, 10th Man's Rising, Brian's Logic, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, good morning.
What's happening?
We're going to do a bit of housekeeping. So I want to rattle through this relatively quickly, so hopefully there won't be too many interruptions in the middle of the questions themselves, but concise answers to follow them. Any evidence of a physical, geometric, sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth, or Earth curve?
Nope.
Nope.
Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius?
Nope.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, it's not science.
Just casting my eyes over Discord, see if there's anybody who's going to actually challenge these in the affirmative. Clearly not. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Negative.
Again, not science.
Any evidence that level runs equidistant to the centre of Earth?
No.
Any
Do you
evidence
mean sphere Earth or flat Earth?
Earth, where we stand, terra firma?
Negative.
Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Impossible.
No.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
No, the reference frames have been ruined. No.
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Nathan, you can't get an elevation angle from a
Negative.
curved surface. Now you're asking me about a molten iron core? No.
Any evidence of the distance to the Sun?
Negative.
Last but by no means least, any evidence that you can have gas pressure, like we're all breathing, without the necessary antecedent of a container for the gas pressure to press upon?
Pressurized
Negative.
gas
Without the
or gas
container.
pressure?
Pressure.
I had three people, one at a time. Neil first.
Are you talking about pressurized gas?
Pressurized gas is gas pressure.
Oh dear.
So is there any evidence you can have gas pressure next to a sky vacuum without containment? Because that's the assertion that we've got a sky vacuum for these rockets to travel to, called space, outer space. 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. Any evidence you can have the gas pressure we're all breathing without the containment required to achieve gas pressure?
No, because it needs something to press on, hence the word pressure. Press. It's got to press on something.
Right. So if the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill the space by way of entropic dispersion. That's a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy. Gas fills space. And what do you know? They claim the sky is a space called space for gas to fill, and fill it must. That's what gas does.
Is there any evidence that there is gas in existence that is not pressure?
That's a good question. I don't think so. I think the antecedent consequent relationship of gas pressure and containment would suggest that without a container there can be no pressure.
Yeah, it's like a reverse of the same question almost. Maybe not exactly the same, but is there a gas that isn't pressurized? No. Then there has to be a container.
Well, it would take place in terms of your description of its pressure at the point of measurement, which would be where it pressed on something that you can measure with. Now, albeit it could take place within the containment of the gas, so you have it within the close vicinity of the measuring device to measure how much it presses on when it hits it, because it's going to strike it within the container. Incredibly Cherry, thank you very much for the super chat. So, Incredibly Cherry just gives me money. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, that concludes the housekeeping. So today we're going to be looking at Dr. Becky. Now, if we get through this quickly, fat chance. We've had 4 words out of her. It took 20 minutes of the pre-show. All she said was speed of light. Right, Becky? Yeah, we ripped that a new one in the pre-show. If you remember, you can see that once we finish recording. If you're not, you can see it in a couple of days on the second channel. Subscribe today to Nathan Oakley channel to see the Uncut and After show. Anyway, we're going to be covering the rest of the nonsense. Now, they did discuss on... I'll plug the channel now. Hopefully one of my moderators will stick a link to On the Edge with Andrew Gold, which is the YouTube channel that primarily was discussing the claims that Tom Cruise is going to be the first man to be doing a spacewalk in a sky vacuum, violation of natural law. He isn't, but he's a smaller fish than this heliocentric priest. So therefore, in this regard, Tom Cruise might be very high up the hierarchy of Scientology, but Scientology is an offshoot of heliocentrism. They have the same views, primarily. So therefore, the priesthood of heliocentrism outranks the priesthood of Scientology in this regard. Therefore, Becky's our primary focus and not the discussion on Tom Cruise, if you're wondering why we're starting about halfway through. So this is where we get to the main bulk of Becky's nonsense in terms of her assertions, and that's primarily what I want to be covering. But if you do want to go and check it out, the reason this came across my desk wasn't because anybody shared it with me. I've been watching this guy for the last couple of weeks on Scientology. So obviously, as you can probably guess from him talking about Tom Cruise going into space and that being a subject matter that he's not focused on primarily, but has a heavy interest in, say. So he does interview people as a journalist about that subject. Does Andrew Gold from the On the Edge with Andrew Gold YouTube channel. Subscribe today. So there you go. If you want to check it out, the name of the title of the video is Tom Cruise in Space, comma, Interstellar and Black Holes with an ampersand, and then a line, vertical line, I don't know what you call that, Doctor with a DR full stop, Becky. Very easy title to describe for somebody verbally if you wanted to type it in from my description. So Tom Cruise in Space, Interstellar and Black Holes, Dr. Becky is the actual title if you want to read it out without all of the punctuation. So there we go. That's my plug for Andrew Gold, and hopefully someone will stick a link to his channel in the live stream chat so you can actually go and subscribe to him. After the fact, I will stick a link to his channel. There you go. Righteous Force has done it for me. Thank you very much indeed, Righteous. If you're in the live stream, just click on that link and go and subscribe immediately to Andrew Gold. You'll find his content fascinating. He seems to be a very good journalist from what I've seen so far. He certainly knows how to ask a good question. He certainly knows when to keep his mouth shut, which is all you need as a journalist. That's really the primary skill set you need, knowing a good questions to be asked and when it's not. So there we go. That's what we'll be covering. Any questions so far? If not, we'll press straight on with listening to some of Dr. Becky's nonsense. No? Okay, let's move on.
I have one. One. Sorry,
bloody hellfire. Leave it 20 seconds, I would.
I couldn't get off mute. Has Tom Cruise claimed himself that he's going to, within this, did you happen within that discussion that he himself is claiming that he's going to be going to this place?
Not that I know of. It is claimed that he will be shooting in space. That's my understanding, right? But I don't primarily want to focus on that because of the reasons I gave earlier. A Scientologist declaring that he's off to space doesn't have anywhere near as much weight as an astrophysicist or a cosmologist or an astronaut. You know, they're the primary purveyors of the heliocentric world, which the Scientology world is rooted in. So, like I said in the pre-show, Tom is actually a small fish in this regard.
Okay, thank you.
Your future is already determined for you. You can't turn around and accelerate back out again. If you
So she's talking about time, just to contextualize it. We already covered that time and the measurement thereof is not real, and Brian has debunked that in a very concise way. We're not going to repeat that now. But now she's anthropomorphized time into, not anthropomorphized, reified time into the way your world works. And she's describing going backwards through it and forwards through it. Right, okay, Becky. Yeah, I appreciate that in Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian four-space geometry, one of the dimensions of his pseudo-geometry is time. And I appreciate that in the mathematics of that pseudo-geometry described and invented in the mind's eye of Einstein, he has time dilating, bending, to the point where it can bend back on itself in certain circumstances. Meanwhile, in reality, outside the confines of pseudo-mathematics, time is not a dimension, it's a concept. Maybe you can show me time. Maybe you can then show me that time dilating or bending. Oh, what's that? You can't show me the pseudo fourth dimension Einstein invented. Shocking. So why are you talking about how it may or may not affect my physical reality in terms of travelling through it? That's not possible, Becky. You're in la-la fantasy land in Einstein pseudo-maths. Reifying it into your physical reality. It's sad.
You accelerate closest.
Acceleration is something we do in physical terms. You don't do that through time dimensions. Time is a concept. You don't accelerate in conception mediums. That doesn't happen, Becky.
Closer to this singularity where all the mass is constrained.
Go ahead.
How can you accelerate through time when time is a constant? There's no acceleration.
You can't.
Change in it. Yeah.
You can't. This is nonsense La La Land fantasy stuff from a fantasist talking about another fantasist's imagination land geometry with pseudo in the title of it. It's pseudo geometry. Pseudo for space, that's time bending. That's geodesics in space-time. That's gravity. It's in a pseudo geometry invented by Einstein with a dimension that doesn't exist, that won't be bent in physical terms because there isn't a physical time dimension to bend. It's nonsense, Becky. Hello?
So that means that because your future is determined, that, you know, where you're going in time, not just in space, is also determined.
You bloody hippie. Don't lie to me about my future being set. This sounds very much like some nonsense from a film, right? Where they talk about how determination's going to be affecting your future, how it's already all determined and laid out. So what? It's inconsequential what I do, it's already been made up for me. Oh, well, then obviously in this time dilatable paradigm that you've got, this has already happened, Becky. We've already ripped you a new asshole in this dimension. You're already lying, dying, humiliated, metaphorically speaking, from the absolute ass beating we've given you. It's already happened. This was already predetermined in your future. No, in reality, Becky, we're doing it right now. It wasn't set. It wasn't something that was predetermined. And it's only predetermined in the pseudo-mathematical world of Einstein's gravity. We can't bend time, Becky. Our future is not set. Time is not a dimension. Yeah? This is some mystic meg hippie preaching to you, telling you how your future's already set. That's what it is. She might as well have a bloody crystal ball in front of her.
And once you get to that singularity, there's nowhere else for you to go in space or time. So technically almost like time stops.
You can't go somewhere in a pseudo-geometric dimension. You don't go places in time. You don't travel through concepts. This is nonsense.
For you at the very center. I always like to say it's once you get past the event horizon, you can't stop tomorrow from coming. You know, in this
event horizons are conventions derived within pseudo four space time geometry bending at the edges of black holes, the point where you can't go past, the point of no return, so to speak. This is all made up nonsense. None of it's been demonstrated. None of it's real. They've looked through their telescope and come up with a just so story. This is that just so story based on a justification in pseudo bending time geometry.
The same way, you can't escape like you can't stop tomorrow from coming. There's also this interesting idea that people misunderstand as well, that they think time stops at the event horizon.
Like, do we think this? This is something, an idea that people get confused? So where's the science for this? Where's the empiricism? Science offers empiricism. Why are you talking to us about ideas that people misunderstand? About the edges of time, the point of a black hole, the edge where you can't return from, where you'll be pulled in, presumably next describing spaghettification. Yeah, this is all nonsense. It happens in a bending time dimension. Go ahead, whoever's trying to get in.
No, just saying, how do you stop time when time is purely based on just the observation of the sun creating day and night?
Well, that's your description. That's your description of what you're going to call the passing of time. No, your description of that is not something that I can bend, not something I can travel through. It's a concept.
Yes, you can't stop a concept. can
Right. You detailing it with a convention of the movement of the stars in the sky, that doesn't give me something that can bend either.
No, because you can't stop or start a description or a convention.
Precisely.
Because if you were to, and I go into this in the book as well, what you would see if you fell into a black hole and if you were watching someone else fall into a black hole. So this idea that if you're watching someone else fall into a black hole.
Because that's something that's going to be feasibly within our realms of possibility within the bending pseudo-Ramonian four space-time dimension. You will never, ever, ever experience this, and the ideas, as she's qualified them to be, that you might be able to get wrong according to her, are absolutely and utterly inconsequential to the real world we exist in. This is nonsense. An idea! Where did it come from, this idea? Was it born out of physical phenomena that we studied? Oh, definitely not. It's come from the mind's eye of Einstein, fourth-dimensional space-time bending. That's where this idea we somehow get wrong has come from. No, Becky. No, get a grip on reality, love.
And say they were like a lighthouse, just sending a flash every minute to be like, I'm here, I'm still here, I'm good, I'm good. To them, they'd keep doing that every minute and they'd fall towards the black hole and past the event horizon and...
Fall towards the black hole, what, through a pseudo-Ramonian four space-time bending dimension that only exists in pseudo-Ramonian four space-time maths that Einstein invented? Definitely not. We don't have a fourth dimension to fall through. Definitely not, Becky. Why would we be in a sky vacuum falling towards a conceptual idea of an event horizon? This is utter nonsense. She's just describing what she thinks happens in heaven. This is what she thinks happens in the sky. This is her version of her heaven. Total nonsense, Becky. Why are you lying to people about what heaven is? Is this your heaven with event horizons and bending space-time? Yeah, that's not the sky, love. Let's get that clear. There's no fourth dimension in the sky.
Wouldn't know any different. To somebody watching it...
You'll never be watching this. You can't watch it. This isn't something that occurs in physical reality. It's a description in pseudo four space, time bending maths.
There's something that happens...
It doesn't happen. It's a description, an idea that you say we get wrong when you describe something that happens in pseudo four space. That's not reality.
Called time dilation, where essentially as you...
Oh, really? We can bend and dilate time? No, I've already covered this. We don't bend or dilate time. It's a convention or a concept. It's not something physical. Show me a bag of time. Now show me you bending that bag of time, Becky. This isn't physics.
Get closer to the black hole, the stronger...
Go on.
Yeah, I just want to say that she has the neck to say that people are getting the wrong idea about something. But the thing that she's claiming people are getting the wrong idea about is only based around an idea that was given to them by magicians like her. What, so we're getting your nonsense wrong? The nonsense you gave us? Who cares?
Gravity, the slower time goes for you.
You can't change the speed of time. Time's a concept.
So it would feel like a minute to you on the spacecraft.
You're not going to feel anything.
Watching someone fall in.
Say it again. You won't be feeling anything. This isn't physics. This isn't part of physical reality. There's nothing to feel in pseudo-geometry. There's nothing to be felt.
Did she say gravity?
Yes, she's talking about pseudo-Ramonian four space-time bending. That's gravity.
You would essentially get those 1 minute pulses. Like there would be more time between each of those pulses that you would have to wait to get them, because the person on the spacecraft is getting in stronger gravity and experiencing time slower than you.
Stronger gravity? What, it's got a strength? Measurable strength? See, Becky doesn't understand her own nonsense. No, it doesn't have a strength because that would make it a force. It's not a force. Do you know why it's not a force, Becky? Because it's a bending pseudo-geometry. Time, bending. That's not a force. So you don't understand your own nonsense. In your comparison description about our lighthouses, Blink, to offer some strength? No, that would mean it had some physics. And this is only maths.
Yeah,
So
she's,
it would be a minute,
sorry,
then it'd be a
very
minute.
quickly.
Sorry, Brian.
She's assigning something real to something that is something actual and real to something not actual, not real.
That's correct.
Gravity, within general relativity, is not real. It's an effect, an observed phenomenon, or optical phenomenon. Optical phenomenon. That's the way it's described. It's like it's not real, not actual. You think it's one thing, but it's not that at all. That's basically how Einstein described it. It's not a force. You think it is, but it's not. That kind of thing. It's actually not real at all.
Right. Shout out to Godzilla, who says, "Hello, fellow space pebbles. I'm not stoned. You guys rock." Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
10 seconds, then a minute and 30 seconds, then 2 minutes, and then endless and endless and endless, endless until they got to the event horizon, at which point you'd be waiting for an infinite amount of time.
So she's now got two concepts. Infinite? Sorry, that exists, does it? No, you're talking about a mathematical concept again, aren't you, Becky? And time, another concept, which has been bent in this example. Oh my God, this is getting painful.
But it doesn't make any sense, even within the concept of time. How can you have infinite time? No.
They'll be waiting.
It's still going to be part of the fabric of space-time and all that.
Fabric?
It doesn't make sense.
Fabric?
Even within their dream.
No, let's not reify things on her behalf. Look, she's well and truly on her way to reifying this concept into reality, right? She's doing it. I'm not going to let you do it for her by describing fabrics.
But she does it wrong. Sorry, I can't help it. I have to speak out.
Okay.
To get that last light pulse before they cross, after they cross the event horizon, but it would never come. And so you would almost see them frozen there with that last pulse of light that they would send.
They've got them frozen in time, being pulled through infinite time. Just total nonsense. All taking place in sky vacuums in a concept of a fourth dimension that isn't real. Complete fairy tales about heaven.
Or infinite.
Say again, Arwen?
It cannot be frozen perfectly or infinite perfectly. That's like within the model impossible. It can be slowed down, stretched up, but there is no infinity within it. She's breaking her own rules.
She's just making a concept mistake and reification after concept mistake and then reification, or just consistent cyclical pattern.
Hence why almost to you it appears like time stops.
It doesn't appear to us that time stops. Time is a concept. You can't stop time. It doesn't appear that time would stop. Time doesn't stop. Time isn't something that can be stopped. It can't be bent. It can't be dilated. It can't be used anything beyond an imagination land of pseudo-Riemannian force space-time invented by Einstein with a dimension that isn't real.
For them on the event horizon, but actually
they're not on an event horizon. Your example fails on multiple levels. All this is a description of Einstein's pseudo-force space and what she says could be an idea of what would happen in a realm that isn't real. Meaningless.
They'd crossed it no bother. They were just experiencing time slower than you.
So theoretically, if... So obviously there was that interstellar thing we talked about before where they went down onto this planet that was near enough to a black hole or something.
So we're talking about Interstellar. What, the movie? I don't know, I'm not 100% sure if he's referencing their discussion about a movie. But now they're interlacing the two different things. When we talked earlier in the pre-show about how you have a suspension of disbelief about Alien being sucked out of the Nostromo. And by sucked out, I mean the gas pressure forcing its way out of the ship's containment into the available volume of a sky vacuum. And that suspension of disbelief is only, by your understanding as a globe believer, extended to the alien. The rest of it is just, well, that's how the world is. When in reality, you're extending your suspension of disbelief from the movie to your reality. And now here we are, convoluting the two, it seems, unless I'm wrong about him talking about Interstellar not being the movie. We'll find out in a second.
One second.
Go on.
Can I just make the statement that one of the main effects that it was claimed by Einstein that we would observe is the dilation of time. So Einstein, one of the main effects that would be caused by the curvature of his claimed spacetime is that time would dilate. Now, as is being beaten to death, time is a concept you can't bend, can't start stop concepts or descriptions. So it's an effect that would be impossible to observe considering what time actually is, which is a description or a concept. So it's impossible to observe this effect. So anyone claiming to have observed this is either lying to themselves and everyone else, or is completely crazy. There's only two, or stupid. I don't know how to describe it. You can't experience that. It's not experienceable if you use critical thought.
Right, and she's not, and she's selling it by telling you, let's use our imagination. Let's go to a place that isn't real. Let's go to pseudo space-time land in a sky vacuum and sit floating towards the edge of a black hole. And at the point we call the event horizon, this event horizon will cause this effect where it looks like the guy's stopped still in time. But for him, he's stretching out at a greater rate. It's just complete bollocks in an area that isn't real, that she's asking you to imagine. She's asked you at the beginning of this to imagine this.
Floating.
He was really strong on the planet. And so when they came out, the person was 20 years older who had been waiting up where the gravity wasn't like that. So I know you can't get out of a black hole, but...
You know that, do you? You know that you can't get out of a pseudo-Ramonian force space-time black hole. I'm pretty sure that if you just made a few adjustments in the maths, then you could, because it's just a description in some mathematics. So maybe you're considering the idea that she's now told you to imagine and describing how you wouldn't be able to escape from something she's told you you could imagine you not escaping from. But realistically, she's just hoodwinked you into fantasy land, and now you've bought into it entirely.
If you got to the bit where time stopped...
So time stopped, yeah, because in your world of fantasy, you've now got time stopping. Yeah, this mystic Meg at a fairground with a crystal ball has told you about what's going to happen in the future, and in the future, she's got time stopping. Time's a description, it's a convention, it's not going to stop, it's not going to bend, it's not going to dilate. None of this is real. You're in fantasy la la land playing along with her right now.
And then you came out, wouldn't the whole of everything would no longer exist, and it would be billions and billions of... It would just be forever after.
But time doesn't really stop. That's the thing. It only...
Oh, really? She's just spent an entire section telling you about how time would stop. How it would appear like the guy was frozen in time. She's given you all of these conventions to now just basically tell you the complete opposite, because that's what charlatans do. Contradict themselves.
Appears to stop for someone watching you, an observer.
An observer, someone watching someone at the event horizon in a sky vacuum in pseudo-Ramonian force space-time. That's never going to happen. You're just telling him to imagine it. Now you've got him reifying it, though, have you? You've got him reifying your concept into physical reality. You've now forced him into reification.
And this is the point, is that things moving in the universe, it's always relative to something else, and there's always something observing something else. So...
Right. According to you, there's always something observing something else in, what, the relativistic world of Einstein? Yeah, you're definitely describing pseudo-Ramonian force space-time when you give us these concepts, Becky.
So to you, if you could get back out of the event horizon...
Back to reification. Now, you know how I told you to imagine this shit? Now let's get back to you being there in physical reality.
You know, you would have experienced time differently.
See? She's telling you how you've experienced it. She's getting you to follow along with her little imagination trail through this world of pseudo-force space. This world that doesn't exist. And she's telling you about how you're now experiencing it. Yeah, like a true con man.
Differently to everybody else, but the universe would still hopefully be there. It wouldn't have been that long of a time that the universe might not be there anymore. But it just might be that the friend that's watching you wouldn't be there anymore.
Could it be millions of years for that friend who was watching, or more?
It could have been, yeah. Depending.
Yeah, because Becky knows within pseudo-force space geometry how you've imagined it, what the consequences of that could be. Because obviously in inconsequential la-la land where her imagination and imagining being, she can give you the outcomes and pretty much know exactly what's going to happen in the future. She knows time can stop. She knows that the future's already been set. You know, this is Mystic Meg. She's got a crystal ball.
How long it took you.
She says,
yeah.
That's funny.
Again?
At the end of that, she says funny, right?
Okay. Excellent input. Thank you, Neil.
Such a scary, weird, strange thought, the whole thing. And then what...
Yeah, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In that little la-la land that you've just fantasised being in, you're inconsequential, aren't you? You're a tiny little speck of dust that could be sucked into a black hole at any moment. Terrifying. You know how they control people? With fear. We'd asked yesterday, why? What does it matter? Who cares? Yeah, fear is what they use to control you. And what's that you just said, Andrew? It's terrifying. Yeah, it is. Yeah, very scary. Yeah, if it were real, of course it isn't. You just accepted La La Land alongside her.
What's spaghettification?
My favourite word ever. You've got to say it properly.
Yes.
Spaghettification. It needs some sort of like...
Spaghettification.
Yeah, so it's like Sean Connery. Spaghettification.
It's total nonsense in pseudo-Riemannian four space-time bending. Yeah, the point that you go in and you're being spaghettified is where you're being stretched, because at the point of the event horizon, you've got time going faster at different points, therefore your body's being pulled out at different rates. When you're in La La Land, 4D space-time bending you, you think four-dimensional space-time is going to spaghettify your body when you fall into a black hole? That's what Becky's about to rattle off.
So spaghettification is a real scientific term.
Oh, really? Let's get down to brass tacks. Excellent, Becky. I'm glad you said that. A scientific term. No, science is a method. The terminology used within that scientific method would detail things like cause and effect, experimentation, hypotheses, nulls, phenomena, independent variables, dependent variables, control variables, theories. These are things that you would call scientific terminologies. Yeah? Let's see if that's what Becky now talks about. Stuff that has empiricism attached, because that's where this swindle comes. She's about to tell you about what happens in La La Land. We're all very clear about where this is happening. It's happening in 4D space-time, in a pseudo-geometry. That's where this is happening. But she's just told you, with a swindle, that this is science. Because in 5th grade, we're all trained at high school or wherever you were trained it, that science proves things. It's an empirical method. So when she says, in an authoritative manner, that this is scientific vernacular, you'll believe that what she's about to bullshit you with is proven. No, Becky. We are here specifically to call out frauds like you, the pseudo-scientists. Let's define what pseudoscience is, given that Becky's just told us explicitly that this is a scientific term, end quote. Well, pseudoscience, so we've got that under our belt before we hear her, is the claim of science where there has not been an application of the scientific method. So this is a claim of science. What's that? A scientific term where there's not an application of the scientific method. This, by definition, will be and is pseudoscience. You're a fraud, Becky. This isn't a scientific term. I've already heard what's coming.
Which just makes me so happy in itself. And essentially it refers to the stretching out of objects that happens close to black holes. So
in science, we observe natural phenomena, Becky. Maybe you're a bit rusty on what science actually is, given how pseudo-scientific that claim was. Step 1 in the scientific method is to observe a phenomena in nature. You just described this falling and the point of a black hole in pseudo-4 space and you being dragged down into it with a friend watching. You've just told him that this is being imagined, haven't you? Now you're telling him that there's a very real what phenomena to study as step 1 when you watch your friend being stretched out at the point of the event horizon. This is not a phenomena we study in nature. Nobody's observed this. We've all just been swindled. Becky's got us all imagining that this happens. And now she's telling you that it's science. So a natural phenomena, Becky? No, you lying fraud. This is not a phenomena. Step 1 of the scientific method. Observe natural phenomena. Something occurring and asking, why does that happen? And you're saying, when people get stretched out, that doesn't happen. We don't witness that. That's not a phenomena. This is not science. You are a fraud.
So because the gradient of gravity is so steep.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly. You can, just like time dilation, you also cannot experience Lorentz contraction. It's impossible to experience that, considering not only is it just maths equations, that's all Lorentz contraction is, but the conditions that would be necessary to experience it can't exist, don't exist, and even if they did, and we were on a heliocentric globe, we wouldn't be able to experience these conditions because we'd never be in the position to experience them. So there's another effect that wouldn't even be experienceable even within heliocentrism.
But moreover, she's describing an effect, making it seem like it fits within the scientific method because it's a phenomena. When you get stretched out in black holes... sorry, Becky, can you show me that phenomena happening in nature, please? Can we see a friend being stretched out so we can say, I wonder what caused that? And then go forth to make a scientific prediction, that's a hypothesis, with a presumed cause of the effect we observed. Obviously, we're going to vary that thing we presume caused our friend to be stretched out at the event horizon of a black hole. Because obviously we're seeing that happen all the time in nature to ponder why it happened. You complete mystic meg clown. Fraud.
Deep near a black hole.
Back to being near a black hole to observe this phenomena, and he's got it in imagination land already. He's there reifying it, ready to say, yeah, science, yeah.
The gravity is so much stronger, say, if you were...
Stronger? Like with a force? Like with a measurable force? You don't understand your own model again, Becky. Gravity is not a force. Do you need Professor Cox to give you a little quote? Quote, Professor Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote. Brian Cox. Or maybe George Musa. I've forgotten the quote now. I know it's even better. George Musa. Gravity is not a force. End quote, George Musa. I know there's people out there that'll bark at me that I didn't give that in full context. I'll give the full quote. Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. End quote, George Musa. So just to be clear, Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Musa, gravity is not a force. So we're all clear. There's nothing to measure here, Becky.
We're falling feet first into a black hole. It'd be so much stronger at your feet than at your head that you'd get stretched out like spaghetti.
Yeah, like spaghetti. No, spaghetti does that. Yeah? Not people falling through pseudo-Ramonian force space-time black holes that we're reifying. That's just a reification fallacy of this maths. These concepts, like time. You've reified them and then described them in physical reality. That's called a reification fallacy, Becky. Making that which is not real concrete in physical terms. Hypothesization. That's what you're guilty of. A fallacy.
Essentially, into almost just one long, thin chain of atoms. And we do see this happening to stars.
We do see this happening, Becky. Oh, well, the words off your lips better be something good here.
That stray too close to black holes as well.
Oh, things that stray too close to black holes. I see. So you mean you're looking up at the sky in your telescope and then you've come up with this whole bullshit story about what would happen if you were up there based on what you've seen in your telescope? Based on Einstein's fourth dimensional space-time bending geometry. I see. No, that definitely isn't a naturally occurring phenomena. It sounds like you've watched a light do something in the sky. That's the phenomena, isn't it, Becky? You having a look through your telescope and seeing something happening? I mean, if that is what we're actually talking about here, a little twinkling light in the sky, then that would be your naturally observed phenomena. Look how that light twinkles. And then you'd have to put that into a scientific prediction if this was actually science, you fraud. That would be to say to presume the cause of that effect you observed, and then vary that which you presume caused the effect to see if it caused it. That's the empirical method of science. I used scientific terminology, Becky. What I didn't do is use mathematics to claim phenomena with a reification fallacy, because I'm not a fraud.
You know, they go from spherical stars to all of a sudden being shredded apart into just one big long, almost like tail of material.
So yeah, she's watching a light in the sky and has got a whole little backstory and narrative about what that light is and how it works and how it operates within a heliocentric model and Einstein's fourth dimensional space-time bending. Go ahead. Was that you, Brian?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. I sorry, I stepped away from the phone while I was speaking. No, it's just there's two things going on here. First of all, these people always start with, as you pointed out very correctly, Nathan, always start with the word imagine. So straight away they're hijacking your imagination, and that's why they start off with children, right? In classrooms, they hijack their imaginations because the imagination is the strongest part of a child's mind, if you think of it like that, because they are unlimited, they are unobscured by adult reality, if you understand what I mean. So they start off there, which is probably the best part of being a child, but also the most vulnerable part, the imagination. But then they move on over time to claiming that we see this and we see that. And I just want to go back to 2015 with Eric Debay, making the point that nobody gets to see these things outside of people who are in observatories. And the average everyday person doesn't get to just go to an observatory and just look up and see all these things they're claiming is there. The average person with a telescope is not seeing what they're claiming to be a black hole. Nobody is seeing these things. I've often seen them. You used to have a telescope, Nathan. You used to look up at the sky a lot before you were involved in this topic. And I don't ever remember you talking about seeing a black hole. So who sees these things? Where did they see them from? And can anyone go and see these things?
I'm not going to disagree with you, and that is a good point. However, I'm going to sidestep it slightly with the next statement, Brian. You are valid. I don't want to feel like I'm saying you're not right. You are. However, let's take it as read that they are seeing, and we'll take it as her description. What she described was lights being shredded. Now, I know what she's talking about. She's seeing something that's static in the sky and saying that that's it being shredded. She's not seeing something go through a shredder and have other bits come out the other side. She's either seeing something that she's saying is partway through that process because of how it looks like, or whatever. Now, that aside, let's just take it as read that her description is accurate. She looks up in a telescope, and what she sees is a light heading towards a part of the sky, and then it obliterates into a million squillion pieces. Let's say that's what she actually sees, because that's how it's alluded to be. Okay, let's take that description as read. That is a dependent variable and capable of inquiry through the scientific method. That phenomena is something happening. If we take it as read that we've seen a light get shredded, then light in sky being shredded is the phenomena. So if you're going to do science, you have to formulate a scientific prediction based on that which you are studying. You're looking at this shredded light in the sky and going, I wonder what caused that. Now, she's already got a presupposition with the description of shredding, but we'll leave that aside and say, just what's happening in the sky in my lens or in my monitor that I know is happening in the sky. It's come from the scope. It's definitely real. It's a light that kind of could be described as being, let's say, shredded. That's just how I describe it. So what caused that? Well, Mr. Scientist, next step is to form a prediction where we suppose what caused that to happen. Not make up a story about pseudo-Ramonian force space-time bending and spaghettification. We suppose something in physical reality which we can vary and manipulate and will fit into our hypothesis as the presumed cause of the effect. That's what we'll actually do if we're following the empirical method of science. So DV, shredded light, IV, supposition of cause, yet to be determined. So let's say unicorn farts. Can that qualify as an independent variable? No, because it must be real. It must be your presumed cause of the effect in the prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, and it must be capable of variation by you, the researcher. So, let's say something different caused that light in the sky. Let's say gravity caused it. All right, so is gravity real? No, it's not. It's a description in a pseudo-mathematics. Is it capable of variation by you, the researcher? No, it's not real, so you can't vary it. So therefore, it's definitely not the independent variable in your scientific prediction. So what can you vary to presume the cause of that light in the sky you've witnessed? Not my problem, Becky. But you would need to presume something, vary it, and see if it's smegging caused it or not, to call it science. Now, if you varied something and it didn't cause it, you'd still have an empirical outcome, because alongside a scientific prediction called an alternative, you have a null. If A, the presumed cause yet to be established by you, then light shredding, and if A, presupposition of a cause yet to be validated, then light not shredding. In other words, if you don't cause the effect to happen, you've proven your null, empirically. So there's only one outcome at the end of science, hence its empirical nature, and what you've done is taken this man on a little journey through imagination land based on pseudo-force-based geometry, told him to imagine his friend being pulled apart, and then at the end told him it's science, and you love the words. Yeah, because they're magic tricks for you. It's where you pull off your heist, where you pull off your swindle, where you pull off the coup de grace in your little trick of getting this guy to think it's physically happening when you've told him to imagine it. Imagination land. It isn't. She hasn't got a phenomena that she can vary a manipulatable cause to cause it. So she hasn't got cause for the effect. She hasn't got science. She hasn't got a phenomena that she's validated the cause of. So this isn't science. And we've already defined it, Becky. Where there's no application of the scientific method, aka a story about maths, and you're claiming science, as you definitely are, this is the textbook definition of pseudoscience. That's what this is. The story claimed to be science that hasn't followed the method. This is pseudoscience. Anybody got anything to add? That's a bit of a long diatribe. Nope, moving on.
Material that slowly swirls its way down towards the black hole.
I suppose it depends how fast you're going into the black hole, although that's related to the gravity, isn't it? In terms of
how fast you're going in. Her description convoluted the lighthouse light and your friend being watched in, what, gravityless, free space, fourth dimensional space-time, with it bending as a non-force? Complete crap in imagination land.
Would that be a really slow, drawn out? Maybe at first it would be quite drawn out, wouldn't it?
I think at first, if you're coming in quite fast, you would obviously loop around the black hole.
Oh, of course.
I can't take this anymore. This is begging the question to the height of craziness. I mean, this guy actually is thinking these things are real. So if you're going to go into the black hole at a certain magical speed, what happens? I mean, this is nonsense.
He's playing along.
Yeah, but
he's journalist. He's got to play along.
All she said.
Sorry, Neil. Go ahead.
That's what I was saying. When he said it back to her, all she had to say was funny. Somebody tells me that, I'm not listening to you no more.
It only exists in the math. She has not proven any of this. It's all math. It's nothing real.
Because the faster you were going, obviously, then the faster you probably loop around and back out, as long as you didn't get too close. But the forces that you would feel because...
Again, describing forces in pseudo-Riemannian force space-time. Bending. Concepts don't create forces.
Because of that would be immense. And so...
The cause. All right. See, she's ascribing cause. See, the method of science establishes cause. Not with a story, not with a la-la land description that you've got to imagine. Cause based on you having something physically capable of varying so you can see if it causes the effect you're studying. That's an independent variable in a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, Becky. You keeping up? Maybe get a pen if you're watching. This isn't science. Becky's telling you a long tale. After looking into a crystal ball and telling you time will stop and she knows what's happening in the future, it's all set. No fate but what we make for ourselves, right, Becky? Well, that is shit.
That spaghettification would happen really...
Sorry.
Yeah, may I comment? The reason this is going the way it is because the host thinks she's an expert and has given her all the respect that she's telling the truth and she's got all her T's crossed and I's dotted. And you're pulling it apart left and right because she's calling it proof, valid scientific proof, and she hasn't even started one process of the scientific method here. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, it's basically what she's describing as a voyeur type position. Well, for most of her example, you're a voyeur of all this, which would be observing. But Nathan's point earlier, when I brought up the whole debate thing from years ago, something we were all taught about. You know, it's like, how come no one ever sees this? I can't see this up in the sky. I bought a telescope, I can't see any of these things. Or you have to go into an observatory. Can I go in there? Well, no, you need special permission, blah, blah, blah. You have to travel to where it is, which is probably South America or somewhere, blah, blah, blah. But all that doesn't matter because Nathan made the most unarguable point and the only point that needs to be made is if these phenomena are there, then, and you can't validate their natural cause, then who cares? You don't have anything. You can't do anything with them. It's like, look, there's a thing in the sky doing something. Great. I can't validate why it's doing it, or what it is, or how it's doing what it's doing. So that's the end of my research on it. Because how can you continue researching something that's unresearchable? Thank you.
Marble science says that it's observational science. I heard it yesterday.
Really quickly, but then you'd be left with it as you slowly looped back around and down again, is the issue. So yes, it's partly the strength of the mass of the black hole and the strength of its gravity, but it's also the...
Back to gravity with a force that you can measure in its strength. Gravity's not a force. Do we need to give you Brian Cox and George Moose's quotes again? Gravity is not a force.
Speed that you come in at as well can affect, how quickly or slowly that process happens and how dramatically it happens.
Would you be dead already? Would it be too, just if you're in a space suit or something?
Would you be dead? Should we focus on scariness? Yeah, it's not that this is about fear-based mind control or anything, but would you be dead in this example? Yeah, you definitely would, but of course it's taking place in a pseudo-force-based time dimension that you're not part of, my friend. So really, you've got absolutely nothing to worry about. But I'm sure she'll now tell you about how dead you'd be, because that'll be scary.
Too hot or something like that around there?
It depends. So we talk about black holes as if they're active and dormant, almost like volcanoes in a way. If a black hole was growing, if it was active.
She's just making all of this up at this point, by the way. Again, not based on anything empirical, not based on cause and effect reasoning, not based on science. This is a story she's got based on a light in the sky alongside a pseudo-force-based time-bending geometry that Einstein invented, with pseudo in the title.
Active, i.e. it was taking in material, say before you'd rocked up, a big cloud of gas had come along and...
Before you rocked up, remember, before you got there, remember, before you were looking at your friend being spaghettified? Remember, get back into Fantasyland, quick. I'm describing stuff in physical reality, so get yourself back into that imagination land. Remember? Get back in there. You there? You there? You're back in the room.
Sort of got pulled down towards the black hole.
Big cloud of gas.
As I said before,
she's just hypnotising him. She's put him in imagination land, and now she's telling him, you want me to answer about physical death in reality? Get yourself back in imagination land. You there? Right. And snap my fingers, you're a chicken. Now, with you being a chicken, yeah, you would, yeah. Well, it depends. You might die, you might not as a chicken. Right, you're back in the room. Bloody magician.
Clouds of gas in vacuums.
Say again?
Clouds of gas in vacuums.
Yeah, we'll get to that. There's plenty more meat on that bone later on, Brian. We don't need it here. We can leave that morsel on this tendon.
They're some of the brightest objects in the universe because that gas can get heated to incredible temperatures because of the speed it's going at and start to glow with some very high energy radiation like X-ray, light, UV light.
Radiation, X-ray, all of the stuff in physical terms that you can describe with, again, mathematics, X-rays, right? Light rays, what's she talking about? Right, the mathematical derivation of descriptions of light in certain wavelengths and frequencies. Well, that's mathematical derivation of probability distribution, but she's convoluting this into her physical reality. So now she's taking other conventions that have come from physical reality to mix in to her time-bending pseudo-reality. And when I say pseudo-reality, that is the title. I've said it a couple of times now. Pseudo-force space. That's Einstein's label for this pseudo-geometry. because that's what it is. It's describing a pseudo dimension. What do you think pseudo means?
Nathan.
It means sham. It means fake. It means not real.
Nathan, the con job is so good that she's got him at a point where he's saying, okay, now if you go into this, do you die slowly or?
She's got him.
Okay, right. So shout out to Sensual Goat, who says the host seems very simple. I don't know. No. He's getting her talking. He's doing a good job. As much as we might be critical of the path that she's taking him along, he's there for the ride, right? He's got her on his roller coaster, but she's the conductor of the ride. So she's deciding which way which turn it's going to take at what point. But to get her waffling like this is good. That's his job. So I don't think he's simple. This is a skill. This is a proper journalist, by the way. I think he's ex-BBC. So this isn't like some unskilled journalist. Far from it. Him nodding along and going along doesn't necessarily mean he agrees with this. Just remember that. That's what you do as a journalist. Sorry, but thanks for the super chat.
Playing dumb? So are you saying he's playing dumb and not trying to create some kind of debate situation on any one particular subject?
No, I think that when you're embracing somebody as a guest, you're not going to be combative. You're going to be conciliatory. You're not going to be disagreeable. You're going to be agreeable. So that's what you've got to do as a journalist. And it doesn't mean necessarily, he doesn't have to put out the disclaimer unless he's got a really stupid audience, that the views and whatever's discussed on this show aren't necessarily the views of the host. Now, I say it as a disclaimer every now and again. I'll drop it in when there's something that's clearly so ludicrous I'd never believe it that one of the panel's putting forth, right? Well, in this instance, you don't have to say, oh, well, I don't necessarily believe this. It's same with if I was interviewing her. If I was just a journalist, I wasn't against the notions of the heliocentric deception, but I knew the world was flat, it wouldn't be necessary for me, if I was having her on as a guest, to challenge anything she said. So, you just want them to talk about what their specialist field is in the most concise way they can, and you hopefully encourage them along at various points and nod along with what you're saying. That's a good. I just think it's good journalism. We're sinking our teeth into this, and it's because of him that this has happened. So I don't know what to say, really.
Hang on. Let me finish it. So then, if he would have you on as a guest, he should be as courteous to you and ask questions within the same framework that he's doing with her. Correct?
Well, I've been in that situation in front of journalists with Vice.
No, I mean him.
No, I can't give you that. I'm not going to take this to La La Land where he's asked me if he wants to. No, I've been in front of journalists. I've been in front of Vice. They were incredibly polite to me, and they were nodding along when I told them what I told them and encouraging me to tell them more. Now, if any of what they said during the interview, if it was to have made it to the edit, with them saying, "Oh right, so you're saying out there isn't a drop 8 inches per mile squared." Yeah, does that mean they are stating that when they're egging me on as an interviewee? No, they didn't. That didn't make it to the edit. But my point is the same. It's not necessarily the case that he agrees with these views just because he's got the talent to get a guest to talk about their specialist field.
No, I'm not. I understand that and totally concur. I'm going to a different approach here because I just went to his channel and scanned through the videos. He has 2 videos with Professor Dave.
Oh, really? I did not know that. Oh, this is getting better.
Oh, and it's mocking flat earthers. So this should be interesting. We got more of Dave and this guy coming up. So go on.
Maybe that's why he was so apprehensive when I went into his chat. Because I was like, oh, I'll show you your show. I like your stuff on Scientology. And he was like, oh, does that mean a load of flat earthers will come? Not so sure about that. That was his reaction in the chat. Because he was watching this as it premiered along with me and obviously a couple of hundred other people. But he was a bit apprehensive as I took apart the nonsense. Now, it was pretty clear from the way I'd explained how I'd come to his channel that I'm not like some regular subscriber. I subscribed off the back of this video. So, maybe that's the reason he's apprehensive about a load of flat earthers coming to his channel when he's been bad-mouthing us. We'll see. I doubt it, though. Based on this interview, I wouldn't have expected him and Professor Dave to just enter into a slag-off match. I'd expect Dave to do that as the guest. Well, we'll see.
That's what I sent it to you to your Skype, so you have it.
Well, we'll go over it. We'll definitely go over it. If it's got a load of stuff from Dave who's a favourite, let's be honest. We'll go through his nonsense on this channel as well. Hopefully it'll promote On the Edge with Andrew Gold. Subscribe today.
Well, I would have to say, I think one of the points that Kent is trying to make, and I was going to make a similar point a while back before he said that, was that would he afford the same courtesy to you? I don't know if he would. And the fact that he has Professor Dave on means that his research is obviously not very good. Because if you wanted to bring on somebody who was a subject matter expert, Dave is not it. You know what I mean? What? Dave is a content creator, basically.
Sorry, are we critiquing the YouTube skills of On the Edge with Andrew Gold, or are we critiquing the nonsense heliocentric assertions of bending space-time from Becky? Which one are we doing?
I understand your point, but I understand your... One second, Tent. I understand your point, but if he's really a professional, then he should be giving the same courtesy and time to the opposing side. Has he? So we'll see what happens. He knows who you are. You have interacted with him, at least in chat or whatever. So we'll see if he decides to contact you and have that interview. And if he does, whether he's conciliatory or debatory.
Okay. Fascinating stuff. Yeah. In the meantime, would anybody in the live chat like it if we stayed on live for a little bit? There's 100 people watching. If you'd like us to stay live for maybe another hour, because we're about, I'm going to say 4 minutes into what Becky's got to say on this of a full-on hour video. So I'm guessing that we could at least stretch out this content for at least another hour. And I don't know, if you're enjoying it in the chat, just let me know and we might stay live a little bit longer. We'll do a couple more minutes if I don't get a good reaction from the live stream chat saying, yes, this is ace, stay live. Then we won't. We'll just go to the after show and we'll carry on in there. But in the meantime, let's do a little bit more from Becky.
So if that happened first and you were falling into an active black hole, you'd probably essentially get fried before you could probably experience the spaghettification. Fried or blinded, one of the two.
In imagination land. Yeah, we've covered all this. Hopefully we move on past black holes now.
Yeah.
That's for the best, I think. What is it about black holes that has sort of led to your interest, and what is there that you're hoping that we as humans can discover and get from them?
So I would...
See, good question. How does this affect us in real life? That's basically what it's just asked, wouldn't you agree? That's a good question. No? Oh, okay. Nobody wants to praise him when he asks a good question.
I was always intrigued by them as a space-obsessed 8-year-old when I was getting telescopes and all the space books I could get my hands on.
Space books and telescopes gave you black holes, did they? You saw a black hole in a telescope?
Because, you would have this fact file of everything in the universe, and there'd be these beautiful pictures, say, from the Hubble Space Telescope, and you'd finally get to the page on black holes, and there'd just be an artist's impression, and I'd sort...
Oh, really? Shocking. So there'd only be an artist's impression? Man, no wonder we had to spend such a significant period of time reifying this from pseudo-force-based maths.
Sort of resigned myself to the fact that there'd always be an artist impression, and we'd...
Isn't it amazing that, this wasn't even a phenomena that you could even observe before they had a whole idea about what it was and how it worked, and they even got graphical depictions of it before we knew what it was and how it worked. It's amazing how these things work in heliocentrism, eh?
Never actually truly be able to see one of these things and never know anything about them.
So we're never going to see one, and we're never going to know anything about them, but you're studying them in a book. Your little witchcraft book that led you to this path of divining the future as being set already.
And so they'd always sort of intrigued me slightly in that sense that they were...
What had always intrigued you? They didn't exist when you were looking at them. You didn't question why you were intrigued by something that didn't exist and you couldn't be shown? You didn't question that? That seems stupid. Shout out to Michael Kahn, who's my latest moderator. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. He says, I speak for the chat. We want more. Yeah, I did see a fair few people saying they wanted more as well. So, yeah, I think we will stay live for a little bit longer. You all look for that as well on the panel. Yeah, we all really want to stay live.
That's a question you don't have to ask.
You don't have to ask us.
Okay.
Were almost mysterious and unknowable. Obviously, now we do have 2 images of 2 black holes, which is very exciting that, I was almost proven wrong by 8
Hold on. Were these the ones that had the shredded stars?
You're all going, well, never mind. But the thing that probably...
So your reaction to not seeing something that didn't exist and wasn't showable when you were intrigued by it was, oh, well, never mind. I'll press on. They'll come up with something eventually. And what do you know they did? Shocking, isn't it?
Hooked me the most was I started my PhD in 2013 on...
Shout out to Blue Ridge Ranger, who says, is that a space shuttle next to her bed, or is it something else? It's a space shuttle. It's just a little model. Was that an attempt to be filthy? I suspect it was. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support, Blue Ridge Ranger.
On galaxies. So understanding the different shapes of galaxies, why they were the shapes they were, what evolutionary processes had they been through to make them that shape.
So causes. So what caused them to be that shape? So we're talking about something that you observe in nature. Not quite clear if it's a phenomena or a concrete noun just yet. Nevertheless, we've got something that we're looking at that's almost close enough to be science by the sounds of things. And we're going to figure out what caused them to be those shapes. So, like cause and effect. So this sounds like it could be put through the scientific method then, Becky. Let's see if it is.
And were different shapes found in different areas of the universe? All these kind of questions.
So when you've got a question, why did that happen in nature? You follow the scientific method to have an empirical outcome at the end, regardless of what you assume to be the cause. So long as it's variable and manipulatable and you're presumed causing the hypothesis, you can vary it and see if it caused it and validate that it didn't or did. Now, alternatively, you can just come up with a just so story and base it on some mathematics that's been invented by a guy called Einstein that doesn't actually take place in a realm we live in. Those are your choices. The empirical method of science that establishes the cause, why this happened, the explanation, or you can just come up with a story. Let's see which Becky chooses.
And in that research, I then got into sort of, whether the different shapes stopped forming stars differently. Essentially, did the galaxies die? Did they die off and no longer make new stars differently at different rates, at different speeds, in different ways?
So we're looking at lights in the sky. Observed natural phenomena. Definitely within the purview of the scientific method. Definitely capable of offering some empiricism with the outcome of that method.
And one thing that I always kept coming back to was if the supermassive black hole at the centre of those galaxies.
Oh, so when you went in your 8-year-old self, nah, it doesn't matter, they're just a depiction of something that it doesn't exist and we haven't seen. Now you wonder if the thing that they saw after they already knew what they were looking for to be described as what they said it would be, if a supermassive version of that which didn't exist couldn't be seen but now has been seen after the description already existed, if they had some causal influence on it? I mean, is this a independent variable capable of being varied by you, the researcher, and your presumed cause of the effect and real? Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. So we're going to get a bit of woo-woo. We're going to get a little story. And Becky's going to tell you how cause and effect happens when you make up a story.
Was active if it was growing. Because this was a big sort of like, this could throw everything off. Because
so if it was growing. So if growing, that's your independent variable. Growing. So you're going to vary the growth. No, she's not. She's postulated a causal relationship. She's put it in an if statement. But it won't be science. She's thinking how she can phrase her story.
Because in theory, what we think can happen.
In theory, another word used in science. Theory comes after that description I just described her not following. So we've gone through her phenomena, supposed an if statement for the cause of it, and now we're mentioning theory, all conjuring the idea of empirical science, because a theory in science comes after an experiment. First, you observe a phenomena, then you vary your presumed cause. If you can cause it with your presumed cause, then you've validated your alternative. That's an experiment. And then you can form a theory. Well, she's got this whole little crap pie of scientific words being thrown in at random times to make the audience and the host believe that this is empirical. because he's using scientific vernacular alongside her just so stories and mathematical reifications.
Is that as supermassive black holes bring in...
As this thing you've just invented off the top of your head brings stuff in, as they do that, so you're going to vary that to make it do that, are you? This isn't just the start of a story about what they could do in your mind, is it, Becky?
Material to grow, and they have, you know, this immense glow that can be seen across the entire universe as that gas spirals in.
We'll get to that gas spiraling in later, Becky. Have no fear.
Because that gas is so hot, essentially jostling for a space to get down into the black hole, it becomes a very turbulent region.
Based on the evidence of this story, that it's a turbulent region at the edge of fourth-dimensional space-time black holes. That's because of what? As evidenced by what?
And sometimes the only thing that can happen is that pressure, that turbulence has to be relieved somehow.
That's natural law. Gas expands in all directions at a high velocity to fill whatever volume it's got to fill. That's not a could happen. It's a law of nature, love. You ever heard of entropy? Second law of thermodynamics? What do you mean it could happen like that? That's what gas does. Are you a clown? Do you not know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Do you not know what entropic law describes with gas? At pressure? Obviously not. You've just described it like it might happen that way in your fucking pseudo-reality.
And essentially what you get is this big outburst of energy from the regions around the black hole. So you've not crossed the event horizon or anything like
that. The event horizon that you imagined in La La Land with your mate being spaghettified?
That this is material that's still on the outskirts, you know, at a safe enough distance away, but is glowing very, very, very strongly. And you get this sort of big outburst of energy.
Just all nonsense. She's just made this complete crap up. Based on La La Land explanations in 4D sports place. It's just complete nonsense.
Radiation, of particles, everything being shot back out into the galaxy. And we see this in many different places. We see jets.
It's natural law. It's gas behaviour. That's what gas does. In all circumstances. Doesn't matter what the gas is. It'll always do it. So, what do you mean? Why are you making this natural law part of an if circumstantial situation in your pseudo-force space-time bending? With men being spaghettified in La La Land.
It's coming out from galaxies, and you see sort of maybe even, you know, these sort of big outflows as well from the centres.
So that's another phenomena. So she's now tying in something that she can see through a telescope to her description in La La Land 4D space-time.
So we know this happens.
See? So she can follow it up with... We know this happens. What, the thing that I just clarified was something you do see in your telescope after a long string of explanations in La La Land 4D space-time. Then you say this can happen, so that in the mind's eye of the guy she's swindling, the thing that she's just said prior does actually get viewed in her telescope. What a con artist. So that does really happen. What, the last thing you said that you can see through your telescope does happen? What about everything you said before? Because we're absolutely certain by way of your qualification that you're imagining this stuff. So why is it that it seems in your mind's eye as an audience member that everything she's just said actually happens? Or because the last statement before she said those words did actually happen in her telescope, it's just another phenomena she hasn't validated. But she's tying that to every bit of bullshit she just made up so that she can tell her audience that's how it happens? What an outrage, what a swindle, what a con, what a fraud.
Yeah, what is a galaxy? In reality, what is what they term as a galaxy? Nathan, you spent a lot of time looking up at the sky through a telescope. Did you see galaxies? I just want to know.
Yes.
Right. What is a galaxy?
Cluster of lights.
Cluster of lights. Right. So you saw a cluster of lights. So what she did is she spent 5 minutes, as you would stated, reading the skids, right? Telling people all about what this thing is, and then talking about her seeing it. So she's adding in the natural phenomenon after she's described what it is. But all she has is that natural phenomenon, exactly what you see when you look up in the sky through a telescope, cluster of lights. So all she's actually seen is a cluster of lights and made up a load of rubbish that she spent 5 minutes talking about before she said what she actually saw was just a cluster of lights.
Right, exactly. So, for example, if you look at the pillars of creation, something you can just Google search to get an idea of how we're qualifying this description, right? You look at the Hubble picture called the Pillars of Heaven. Now, what you've got is these pillars of creation, my bad. Now, the pillars of creation are described to be gas forming by way of gravitational accretion into galaxies that will be formed in future that we just can't see, but we're looking back through time of the first stages of gravitational accretion, hence the name Pillars of Creation. They're galaxies being formed by gases that are coalescing. So in the picture, you see them and you go, oh yeah, it kind of looks like gases, after they've coloured it all in the various different colours. And they say that those gases are forming over time. It's a still that's been coloured in. But their description of that still is of the gases doing something. Because it kind of looks like they're gases coalescing together. So therefore it is, based on my description. And we can see that. What? No, you've got a picture of something that looks like stars in the sky. But you say it looks like it's accumulating together, forming a mass. It's a group that's getting closer together to form a galaxy, will eventually form another separate solar system with a star at the centre. Because you say so. That's what's happening here. Look at the picture from Hubble and then decide if that's just a picture of some lights in the sky or if it's, as described, gases coming together to form galaxies, based on a description I can just make up. I mean, equally, I can say that's the formation of the unicorn universe. Why? Well, because that's what it looks like, isn't it? It's kind of shaped like a unicorn. Why not? It's no more or less valid.
And there's this idea that, this hypothesis that essentially...
Hypothesis is the prediction of cause of a natural phenomena. It's an if and then statement. If your presumed cause, then the phenomena you're studying, alongside a null. If your presumed cause, then not the phenomena you're studying. That's a scientific prediction. That's what a hypothesis is. Becky's a fraud. She's using these words after saying these are scientific terms. So we're in context. I am correct. She is a fraud. This is not a hypothesis. That's something very specific in scientific vernacular. It's a prediction of a cause and effect relationship observed in nature. That's what a hypothesis is. That's not what Becky's giving you. She's giving you a just so story based on lights in the sky she can look at. That's fraud.
That outburst of energy can then affect the galaxy as a whole.
She's saying it's an outburst of energy. She's just looking at something in the sky. Ah, perfect. Thank you, whoever sent me this. This is the Pillars of Creation. One section of it. I think it's a lot bigger than this, actually. This is just one bit of this. Anyway, that's what I've described. You know, you look at this and go, this is the explosion. Let's say instead of this coalescing, let's just take a different description. I couldn't think of one off the top of my head, but I have now. Instead of it going in to form galaxies and stars at the centre with solar systems moving around the centres of stars, etc., etc. Let's say I give the reverse description and say that instead of this all collapsing in on itself to make galaxies and solar systems, it's exploding outwards. What you're seeing is a part-way through explosion. Just kind of looks like that to me. This here, that's going kaboom! Just because I say it looks like that. And the reason is because of the supermassive black hole energy that's been inserted into it from the gas nebula and the Zargon warships that were fighting to cause the black hole that created the energy that made it explode outwards. And you can see that. That's what she's doing.
Hole can probably pick up hydrogen gas and expel it out of the galaxy. The hydrogen gas you would have used to make new stars.
So instead of it collapsing in on itself to form a star, in her worldview, there is gravitational accretion forming the stars. That would be to say that gases move towards the centre point that will eventually have a fusion reaction making a star. And that star will be the birthplace of all known elements that we experience, including the ones inside our system. For example, we have a certain amount of gold in our body. It's part and parcel of us as people. And that gold, according to her story, has formed because the gases went inwards. They were attracted inwards and coalesced together through gravitational accretion to form a star. And when that star forms and grows, there are layer upon layer upon layer of fusion reactions making ever more complex elements. And upon the point of death of that star in the heliocentric system, the star will explode in a supernova, ejecting out all of the various elements we need to create life. So in many ways, in the heliocentric system, you were born in the heart of a dying star. Isn't that beautiful? It's also complete bollocks, because she's just described gas expanding outwards like it's a revelation, because in her world, it's coalescing to make galaxies with gravity. In reality, gas expands. That's its natural course. Entropy flows in one direction. So gas expands in all directions. She's making out like it's an exception to her rule, because her rule comes with an arse-about-face description of gas moving towards itself. Now, gas doesn't do that. It's not an exception to the rule to be fascinated by, as she describes it that way. That's just gas behaviour.
So the galaxy can't make any new stars.
Can I
Go ahead.
point out that gravitational accretion to create these hydrogen stars is a force of gravity. It's a force of attraction. That's what gravitational accretion is. But then there's these massive stars they claim that are there that bend space-time, giving you the impression that gravity is real when it's only just an effect. So it's completely contradictory. What they need to create these hydrogen stars is gravity as a force, and then they must ignore that when it comes to those stars being there, which would be like their heliocentric sun, because that bends space and time, giving you the impression that gravity is a force, when really it's only an observed phenomenon.
But it isn't.
Effect.
But it isn't.
But it's not a force.
But it isn't, because she's describing this phenomena as gas coalescing to form stars. In violation of the second law of thermodynamics, entropy flows in one direction. That's not how gas behaves. So her phenomena, that she's all shocked and shaken that gas expands, because it's not forming stars if it's expanding. Yeah, it's not forming stars because gas does expand. It's a law of nature. Gas doesn't coalesce to form stars. It does the complete opposite. And that arrow, you know what they call that arrow? The arrow of time moves in one reified direction. So, no. Gases don't coalesce to form stars. It defies their behaviour.
And this process happening is kind of insane that it can do that. So.
Sorry, she's just described gases expanding so that they don't form stars. Gases do expand. It's not extraordinary. It's a law of nature. But because it doesn't jive with her gravitational accretion nonsense for stars being formed, suddenly it's an extraordinary claim. It's just gas law. Like all of them.
So there's a really famous galaxy called Messier 87, which is one of the ones we have the image of a black hole from at the middle.
Let's just bring it up. It's here. It's this one. Just here. Now, I appreciate the thing about space is that it's black. And the thing about a black hole is that it's black. So what we're going to say is the distortion around this little area here, that tells us that what we're not seeing is a black hole. We all clear? Jolly good.
And it has this giant jet that's coming out of the central regions around that black hole. And
oh, so you wouldn't see the black hole, but the jets you did see meant you could infer that it's a black hole that you couldn't see when you got the diagrams and descriptions. But now we've got something else that tells you what a black hole is and where it is. I mean, it's all problem solved, really.
And I had...
This is the story of the award-winning...
That's where she's going next, yeah.
Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah,
she is.
so it's back to... But see, it's not only is it, in the end, a complete violation of entropy, but they violate their own claims because they need gravity to be a force for these gases to coalesce and become a star, right? A hydrogen fusion reactor star. But then they need that star to bend space and time and give the impression that gravity is a force when it's not. And then they have gravitational lensing, which is showing you where the black hole would be if you could see it, because it's bending around the black hole. That's the claim.
No. That's the description, just so story, based on a light they saw in the sky.
Okay, thank you.
The entire galaxy of 1 trillion stars was the size of a grain of sand. Then the black hole in the center, the supermassive black hole in the center, would be the size of an atom. And the jets that were expelled from it would go across your entire palm of your hand. That kind of scale. So that's what hooked me on it. The idea that something, supermassive, but tiny.
Like a contradiction in terms? Like total nonsense?
In terms of what size it is, it's tiny.
But also supermassive and very much directly influencing your world when you were in that spaghettification world. So this is going to have a massive influence. Something teeny tiny. It's not like a complete mindfuck or anything.
Can have an effect on something that is...
An effect? Effect like a dependent variable, like an effect we would observe happening in nature. So something that could go through the scientific method, Becky. You pseudoscience, pretender clown fraud.
Hundreds of thousands of light years across.
So absolutely enormous in your scale then, but simultaneously tiny. You following along, Andrew?
Like the scales involved, the energies involved are just ridiculous. And we've never actually proven...
Need I say more? So, just so we're all clear, just so what? You can't be thrown into court and called a fraudster. None of this has been proven. It's all imagination land. Yeah, we know we've been clarifying it as you've been saying it rather than your little disclaimer at the end here.
That these outbursts...
Outbursts? Back to the picture. By outbursts, you're talking about this explosion, isn't it? That I decided was an explosion. I mean, previously it's been described as an implosion, but we're going to describe it as an explosion now because light in the sky and just so story.
Can sort of kill off a galaxy.
Kill off? This sounds terrifying.
We've only just sort of got like little anecdotes of, maybe it's...
Anecdotes, as opposed to empirically validated experimentation, cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis. You've got anecdotes. It sounds very science, love. No. It sounds like you've had the whisperings of the woods come to you through your crystal ball, anecdotally.
It's happening over there in one of these galaxies, but what we need it to do...
Who did the anecdotes come from? The galactical travellers? Did they give you these anecdotes on their long journeys to see people spaghettified?
To make our sort of models of the entire universe work? Is it for it to happen in all...
Work? No, that's a reification fallacy. The way the world works isn't based on what you model. The map is not the terrain. We don't live on a model. You creating a model is just you creating a model.
All galaxies. And so a lot of my research is now based on trying to prove that does happen.
Based on trying to prove something happens? You've just described how it did happen, but now you're moving forward to try and prove your bullshit story? After you've described it to him in La La Land, your job is to prove your just so story after you've told it? Why is she being paid? Why does she get any money? So what, you saw a book on black holes, realised they didn't exist and weren't real, and then what, went and got a job in proving they were?
Can I say something? Real quick. Shouldn't they show us the heliocentric model working first before they give us another model of black holes?
We've never seen that model, Neil.
It would be nice to see it once.
Black holes are part of that, you see. Black holes are a necessary part of that. And she's saying a supermassive black hole would only be the size of an atom. So when they start claiming, let's just say, the sun is a particular size and at a particular distance, right? And it's all based back engineered from an angular size, something they can't have in their globe model. They are stating that this sun, that this heliocentric sun, is over 800,000 miles in diameter, and it's 0.5 on average throughout 12 months of the year, 0.5 of a degree, right, in angular size. So how are they seeing something that is, or an effect around gravitational lensing, around something that is only the size of an atom, something that is extremely small? So how are you seeing these things that are further than this 0.5 degrees sun?
Further to
Way
that,
further.
the claim based on this will need R for the scale to say how many miles or how many light years in scale these dots that she's viewing and the effects around the dots that she's viewing that are claiming are ejections from a supermassive black hole. To say how big it is, she'd need to assert that in the maths. She'd have to give us a number, and it would include the R value, which means
oh boy, we debunked it.
Yeah, we've debunked the maths that she's using to make this assertion. That's not proven, that she's being paid to prove when it's a just so story. Yeah, the maths the assertion comes with have been debunked. You need a measurement of an R value to give you a radius of the Earth to superimpose it onto other planets, to give you scaling values to make your assertion of how big this black hole is. So we can debunk your assertions in your pseudo-geometry. Not this has anything to do with reality, just looking at twinkling stars.
Just because I'm like, you know, you can think about black holes all day, but you can't then forget what effects they then have on the
Effects, that's dependent variables in scientific predictions, otherwise known as phenomena, Becky. Yeah, effects, you can study those with empiricism if you're a scientist, which you claim to be. You said these were scientific terms, so they better be put through the scientific method lest you be called a pseudo-scientist, which you are. Make no mistake.
the galaxy around it, and the fact that they can possibly have such huge impacts.
What, if they're real, if they're scaled at the values and operational in a pseudo four space time dimension? Definitely not, Becky. All of the above is debunked.
Fascinates me. Absolutely fascinates me.
La La Land's interesting to delusional Muppets. Meanwhile, we can take apart the pseudo geometry that your fantasy's based on. So it might fascinate you, but that's all it is, a fantasy. You're being paid to look into whether or not it's real after you've told the story of it.
Are there supermassive black holes at the centre of every galaxy, including ours, and is ours active?
No, there isn't. It's just her La La Land description that you were buying into. So definitely not. They're not real. She hasn't validated them in any way, shape or form. She's just looked through a telescope. No, this is just her description that she'll waffle off now.
I think there is a supermassive black hole at the centre of every galaxy.
You think there is, do you? Right, that's fascinating. Where's your empirical evidence to show that's the case? To show that what you've described as a supermassive black hole even exists beyond what you can view through a lens in a telescope? You don't have any, Becky. And everything you'll put forth in terms of pseudo-4 space, we can and have debunked.
Yes. There's some debate over whether they're in the smallest of galaxies, but
There'd be no debate if it was empirically validated through science, though, would it? There is no debate with science. It's empirical, Becky. The reason there's a debate is because this hasn't been through the scientific method, and you are a pseudoscientist. Therefore, you can debate about your pseudoscience.
But that raises all sorts of questions back.
It shouldn't. It should be empirical if it's science. Shouldn't raise any questions. It should answer them.
How they get supermassive if you don't stop.
Well, how they get supermassive when you don't know the scaling values, you'll need an R value for it. You can't tell us how big they are. You'll need your maths with R in them. And you can't measure it, Becky. So we debunk your R value at the heart of your scale value to say how big they are in pseudo-4 space-time. A La La Land we're not experiencing in physical reality. We can even debunk it within your fantasy land.
Start from the bottom and work up. Yes, there is one at the centre of
No, there isn't. Becky's just making this up. She's got no proof for this.
Milky Way.
No, there isn't. Milky Way's just another series of lights in the sky.
So the Nobel Prize in Physics from a few years ago
wasn't going to have been won by a physicist by the sounds of things, because it sounds like he's going to detail just so stories about lights in the sky.
One for showing just that.
Showing what? A cause and effect relationship based on a scientific prediction? Because if he didn't, and he's getting a physicist's prize, then he's also a fraud. Because physics is the study of the physical and natural world. Falls under the bracket of natural science. That's physics. So if he's got a Nobel Prize, he better damn well have done an experiment, because if he hasn't, then he's a pseudoscientist also.
They looked at the stars.
Shocking! Called it. Yeah, he just looked at the stars. Did he establish cause and effect reasoning with systematic experimentation based on a scientific prediction known as a hypothesis? No!
In the very, very centre, orbiting the black
Orbiting is a begging the question fallacy. It requires an R value. We've debunked that.
hole closest in. And they,
the closest and furthest distances would need an R value also.
they've seen one of them make a full loop around there in about 15 years or so.
You've seen a light in the sky traverse and appear in different places each night. You haven't seen anything move around anything. You've seen it in different positions night after night after night over a 15-year period.
There's an amazing time lapse that you can see.
It's like time lapse. So time lapse isn't how it moves. That's how you've strung it together to make it look like it moves. When you see it in a different position in a different time, that's not how it moves, because it doesn't move. It moves cyclically across the sky and then will be in a different position the following night. Now, you can take those different positions and string them together like they're a cartoon and assert that they're in orbit. Wrong. You'll need a begging the question R value that we've debunked and an assumption that it's in orbit, i.e. that it's moving around another rock in the sky. Yeah, we can debunk all of that, Becky. We've just spent the last hour doing that.
From sort of the 90s onwards of just seeing these stars loop around this thing that you cannot see.
So why would you assert that they're looping around it?
And so from the orbits, you know, from
Begging the question fallacy, we've debunked it. You need an R value.
how fast all the stars are going, you can work out.
You can't work out the speeds if you can't work out the scale. If you can't work out the scale, you haven't got an R value.
Well, how massive is the thing that
Can't tell us how big something is if you haven't got a scaling value. R, you'd need something measured. You can't measure R, you can't scale any of these claims in your la-la land mathematics. Not in reality. This is totally redundant. I don't even need to say this, because we're talking about what your maths do in your la-la land geometry. I can also debunk your own claims in your la-la land, and then after which step away from la-la land and point out it's la-la land, even though the maths still doesn't work in that la-la land.
that they're orbiting around that we can't see.
Orbiting, no, they're not. Begging the question fallacy. Needs are.
And it's 4 million times the mass of the sun.
Oh, right. What's mass? Define it. Go on. Whoever that was.
I just said, wow, those are big numbers.
That you'll need R for. Every single one of these claims in terms of the scales, what they call mass, the weight, the volume, all of it requires R. We've debunked it. You can't measure it. So you can't stick it in your maths and tell us how big things are. You'll need it. And you will need it measured. That's a spherical R value for an Earth that you're using to give us these sizes, Becky. Every bit of it's been debunked here.
And it fits inside of the Earth's orbit around
Begging the question fallacy of an Earth with an orbit. Need an R value, keep telling you.
the sun. Like, that's how small and dense and compact it would be.
You need all the scaling values based on R to give us any of that claim.
So it's an incredible thing that we have it. It's actually under massive. It's less massive than you would think it is.
Back to the double speak. So it's absolutely ginormous. It's light years apart based on a scaling value of R that's been debunked. But it's also simultaneously something that I've just said it isn't.
Given the size of the Milky Way galaxy.
You don't know how big it is.
It's not active. It's not currently growing. So it's not giving out any UV or X-ray light from the centre. We detect a hint of radio emission.
Growing versus what rays of light are giving out by it. Non sequitur conclusion that she's drawn again. Not based on systematic experimentation, not based on empirical evidence. She's looking at lights in the sky and coming up with a conclusion. The conclusion being it's no longer growing because we see these wavelengths of light. Is that a cause and effect relationship you've validated with experimentation, Becky? Or just another la-la land claim?
Really, but that's about it. And so what people have speculated whether...
Speculated? See, in science, you can establish the cause of an effect empirically with a method called science. But we're now on to what people have speculated. I mean, you'd think this would have some hard and fast evidence behind it. It's the entire Western worldview. But yeah, it's based on speculation.
Whether it's actually the reason that we're all here.
Oh, really? Wow, these grandiose things that you speculate in 4D space-time. Definitely not the reason we're here, because it includes bending space-time, and we don't live in pseudo-4-space geometry. So it's definitely not the reason we're all here. Further to that, the reason we're all here in bending space-time geometry is a Big Bang first law of thermodynamics violation, where energy poofs itself into existence in violation of natural law. So energy created by nature, when natural, that's nature, law, can't create or destroy itself, first law? I'm afraid not, Becky.
Because our
hang on. She just gave the origin of everything to this nonsense fantasy. No talk of a creator, no talk of design, no talk of the intricacies of DNA and life forms. It all is because of all this. That's why we're here.
Some have speculated. Like we give a toss about the musings of you idiots, without any empiricism behind anything you say. I don't care about your speculation, Becky. It's an insult.
Isn't active and isn't...
Some have speculated it's the complete opposite of what I just described.
Giving off any sort of outburst of high energy radiation that could have had a knock-on effect to any sort of life forming.
No, definitely not, Becky. Life, that's reality. That's in our actual physical realm. That's dealt with by physics. Yeah, this isn't that. This is maths. So the maths causing life to be recreated? Definitely not, Becky. That's absurd.
So maybe we should be quite thankful.
Just a second. Well, they have never shown, with the exception of hydrogen, I think, they supposedly have created hydrogen through the use of the light. Right? Now, hydrogen is claimed to be just a positive and a negative. They've never actually shown that energy could create matter. They've never actually shown that it can do that. They've shown, obviously, sunlight interacts with the physical world and things grow and stuff like that. But they've never actually shown that what they would, let's say, the blanket term of energy, can create matter. That outside of hydrogen, and hydrogen can be shown to create energy. Outside of that, they haven't actually proven any of these things.
That our black hole is undermassive because it hasn't grown, because it hasn't been active.
When people say, how does it control us? Her last statement was that we had to be grateful because her claim of the size and scale of the super scary, capable of spaghettifying your body, scary black hole isn't bigger than it actually is. You better be grateful to the speculation about the world and the lights in the sky and the worldview that's been created by the stories of these men who look at the lights in the sky. You best be grateful, because it could have been absolutely devastating to us and life in general. So best be grateful to science. Your pseudoscience stories, we should be grateful for them, Becky. I spit on that, you disgust me. Not going to be grateful to your nonsense assertions about what pseudo-4 space does and how your scaling values we've debunked better not be any bigger or they'd kill us. Yeah, your fear-based mind control doesn't work on us. It's pathetic.
That happens now, would we just not even see it? We'd just die instantly?
I don't think we die instantly. And
why are we talking about death?
Obviously, there's also a very interesting issue here, is that light travel time as well. It could have already happened, but we wouldn't know about it yet because...
Right, back to Becky making up nonsense about what happens in physical reality, about things happening before we see them. Yeah? Because that's what happens in 4D space-time when you've got a two-way speed of light based on an R value. We've debunked all of it. We started this off by debunking the two-way speed of light in the pre-show, Becky. You don't have anything to claim here.
Because it's a couple of tens of thousands of light years away.
No, definitely not. You haven't got a measured two-way speed of light, and what you've got in a calculation requires R. We've debunked it. That's why we keep telling you that none of the scary scales of things matter in your pseudo-4 space-time bending.
So it would take the light from any outburst to 20,000 years or so to reach us?
Should it? Based on a scaling value of R to give you that distance? Definitely not. We've debunked it.
Which is, interesting idea.
Just clarify how we've debunked it. If the Earth was a sphere, radius 3959, then every distance to the horizon, that's the measurement of Earth curve, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the distance and maths laid down by the Earth curve mathematics based on a radius value of an Earth sphere that we are supposed to be standing on. Now, if that was the case, then that would make Earth have a hill in the way between you and things in the distance, exactly as claimed by the globe Earth. We're all familiar. The boat's gone over the horizon. That's Earth curve. Right. Well, that would mean the hill could be no more than its limitations suggest in those maths. And we can show a horizon that's not Earth curve way beyond things that it would be in the way of. Now, physical hills don't get in the way. Don't move with weather, rather, if they're claimed to be getting in the way. Ergo, when Al-Biruni goes up a mountain, he measured off a flat plane with elevation angles to derive a geometric value of r from a physical geometric sphere edge horizon. It can't be your derived r value calculation, because the horizon is beyond limitations that geometry would necessitate. So if you haven't got a physical geometric sphere edge to measure, like Al-Biruni has claimed to do after getting the height of the mountain off a flat plane, then you haven't got an r value to use in these maths to claim scary sizes of black holes in pseudo-geometry. You'll need r. We've debunked it. Go and look at an image called the Black Swan, where the horizon claimed to be blocking oil rigs at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if it's capable of measurement to give you r. Beyond its geometric limitations, therefore not a hill in the way, not Earth curve, not capable of giving you an r measurement, debunking every word you say.
So it could have happened 15,000 years ago, and we won't know for another 5,000 years.
So what? It could have happened, but we won't know for another 5,000 years, making this completely benign.
But also then that outburst from it also would take that long to reach us as well.
If you had an R value to scale and tell us how far these stars are, you haven't, so this is nonsense.
So I think it would be a slow ramp-up kind of event, because what you would see...
You think it would be? You're just going to now launch into another Just So story about what you think? Oh, has she got a crystal ball out in front of her again? Is she going to tell you about the future not being set?
Is you'd also see the gas that was going to fuel that growth, fuel that activity coming.
Sorry, growth from gas. So she's got gas pooling together to make things grow in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas expands in all directions at whatever speed it's travelling, in whatever direction it's travelling, until it collides with something. She's just described a violation of natural law to grow planets.
Coming in as well?
Coming in? No, gas expands. Doesn't go in, entropy goes in one direction.
We did see a while back, I think it was back in 2017, something like that, we saw this gas cloud.
Gas cloud? In a sky vacuum? You saw that, did you? You saw a natural law violation in the form of a gas cloud not dispersing into a sky vacuum. Definitely not. That's not what you saw, Becky. You just think that's what you saw because you think the sky's a vacuum and there's natural law violations all over it. Definitely not what you saw. That would be a natural law violation.
Coming in towards the black hole in the centre, and we thought we were going to get a bit of a show. It wasn't big enough to, cause a huge amount of activity, but it would have been a brief sort of firework.
A bit of light in the sky is what you saw. That's what she's describing. She saw a light in the sky. We were hoping for a more exciting light, but it wasn't.
Works kind of thing. But it managed to loop around unscathed. And
loop back to describing orbital motion.
Barely scratched by the black hole, and it was a bit of a letdown in the end.
Scratched, like physically, because lights in the sky physically scratch things. The gases, in violation of natural law. Growing planets, not expanding with entropy. Every word off this woman's lips for the last 5 minutes was entirely nonsense and easily debunked.
And we were like, oh. Might have been once in a lifetime, but never mind.
Do you spend a lot of time thinking about, you talked about because we're sort of in a backwater part, neighbourhood of the galaxy, of the Milky
Suburb.
Way.
Are we? It's the rough part of town, is it, Andrew? The rough neck of the woods, wrong side of the tracks part of the galaxy, is it? Most assuredly not.
And yeah, and you said in the book, you wrote this bit about like something I'd never considered, which is like some planets have 2 stars, so it's never nighttime, which means you'd never know that stars exist, and you
based on heliocentric orbital motion being the cause of day and night in their model. So her description will now fall in line with an orbital assumption and a heliocentric model, with the cause of day and night being their orbital motion. In this instance, on Earth, we've got Earth rotating to cause the day and night cycle. That's what she says causes day and night. Now, I don't know if that's the case. Yes, we have a sun obviously and apparently there during the daytime. Is it moving around us? I don't know what it is. Are we moving around it? I don't know what it is. Are we moving? Definitely not. We'd notice. Further to that, if we moved in the heliocentric model, we'd have a Coriolis deflection observable, and there isn't one.
You wouldn't really be able to study them. That's what a fascinating thought. Do you think about these hypothetical worlds quite often?
Yeah.
Hypothetical worlds? Why are you asking about our thoughts and musings on hypothetical worlds? This is supposed to be our reality, yet even the host is now so engrossed in her fantasies that he's asking about what she thinks about. Do you think about unicorns much? They come up much in your daily business? You think about them? Maybe you hypothesize about them too? Yeah, maybe?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, I think about this all the time. Yeah, it's what I get paid for. It's amazing what they give me money for.
Like, I mean, you can't help it when you watch sci-fi. Even watching Game of Thrones when they're like...
Why are we launching into sci-fi? You need to make some comparisons with shit that doesn't happen in sci-fi because it's there to make the suspension of disbelief easier for you as a claim-to-be scientist when you quote your pseudoscience bullshit from your pretender clowns like Einstein.
Winter is coming every 11 years, and they're like, how would you have a system where you would get winter every 11 years? Things like this.
Well, it just presupposed orbital motion, and then the day and night's caused by us turning on a spherical axis. But that would have a Coriolis deflection observable, as claimed by Globe Earth, that we can debunk also. So it's definitely not an axis causing the day and night. Definitely not. So while you might now launch into how your sci-fi explains it within a heliocentric orbital motion, that isn't the reality we live in, though, love.
But also, yeah, I think when you think about science history and you sort of read that collective train of thought of all the scientists that have...
Scientists? Collective train of thought? No. That is not science. They are not scientists. Their musings and collective train of thought isn't the establishment of cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis. So, who cares? You're just taking academia, calling them scientists so people believe that what they say is empirical, and then spouting off the crap that they've verbalized, presumably to you, or in a group together, while they fantasize about 4D space-time.
Come before you. You can't help but wonder how much of it we wouldn't know if circumstances were ever so slightly different.
No, you figured out more about Einstein's 4D space-time. You don't know anything. All of this took place in imagination land. What makes you think you know anything, Becky? Other than what the lights in the sky look like?
There isn't one. I just want to point out. She keeps on making these claims, then kind of belittling the claim to take away the size of the claim, and then stating, adding in a caveat that makes the claim unverifiable. So a massive thing is under massive, and then it's 10,000 years in the future. If you're going to try and verify this massive thing that's under massive, you'll have to live for 10,000 years, and then it may not be verified even because it's just what she thinks. Yeah, the whole thing, every part of it is that.
It's a massive con.
Sequence.
It's a massive con. You might as well be sat in a gypsy tent with a crystal ball, with her telling you about things that might happen 10,000 years in the future. And this thing that happened 10,000 in the past might not actually be how it happened in the past, but we won't find out for 10,000 years. If you don't know you're being conned, I don't know what to say to you.
So, for example, we used to think the sun was fueled by coal.
Yeah, we used to think all sorts of crap. But obviously there's empirical methods that are used to establish causes of effects. So when you see the sun and say, oh, that's caused by coal burning, yeah, that's just some shite that someone who was like you spouted years ago. Now you say it's caused by gases coalescing in a sky vacuum. How is that any different to someone saying it's bloody coal burning? It's no different.
Fucking yeah.
Most likely because in the Industrial Revolution, that's what our fuel was, you know? And it's almost like, well, if we hadn't had... And then those assumptions on whether it was fueled by coal led to lots of other different things in the dismissal, and us realizing that the Earth was even older than we thought because the sun couldn't possibly be fueled for that long.
So because of it not being something that someone assumed, it means we knew the Earth was a certain age and the sun was... You don't know anything by disproving the ramblings of village idiots like you. Us disproving what you have said hasn't proven what the sun is. I can't make any conclusions based on your numpty ramblings being wrong. Go on.
I just want to ask, how did she confirm that the sun isn't powered by coal?
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
That seems more reasonable than gas in a sky vacuum, doesn't it?
What?
Yeah, at least it fits
Floating
natural law.
coal.
That would make a bit of sense, wouldn't it?
Floating coal power station, more reasonable than gas in violation of natural law? No. Equally unreasonable.
I'm talking about the number of natural laws that are violated. A floating coal power station violates less. It's all I'm saying. One thing, how does she say with any certainty that those idiots that used to think the sun was powered by a coal-fired power station were wrong? What has she done to disprove that? How has she proven to herself that it is fiery gas in a vacuum and not a coal-powered power station?
Well, Adam, I'm glad you asked. Given that we're all for talking about scientific terminology, according to Becky, in science, if you've got a phenomena like the sun, you can say, I can presume a cause of that effect. This is actually the method of science. It's called the scientific method. So you have a presumed cause. Coal. Is coal real?
I'd go with yes.
Yeah, that's not a bad start. Coal's real. Is coal an independent variable in our hypothesis? If coal.
How it's getting, it could be, but how we would vary it as an input source.
But could we vary it?
Potentially, if we have the technology to get there, it would be something that within natural science is acceptable to vary. If we were
So we've got something that's real, coal, something that is our independent variable in our hypothesis, scientific prediction, and we can, as a researcher, physically vary and manipulate it. Absolutely awesome. So this is... I mean, it's almost like it's them giving it, but she's saying it's from pretender clowns of yore. So, I mean, we can't tick this off as a viable hypothesis. But if coal, then sunburning.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Do you get a sunburn off a coal fire?
Not my problem.
But do you get sunburn off of a hydrogen fusion?
Let's not pull apart the nonsense nature of this absolute garbage hypothesis. I'm just saying you can just about stretch to formulation of hypothesis with if coal, then sun. Or if coal, not sun, as a null. It's almost there, right? It's absolute garbage. But it's a damn sight closer to being a viable hypothesis, something we ask for daily from fields that you're in, Becky, and we never get one. But here you are slagging off these guys. They've come closer to giving a viable hypothesis than you have.
So there's lots of different things that came into it, and you can't help but wonder, well, if coal wasn't a thing on Earth, would we have even gone through that same thought process?
Same thought process? I mean, you could put it through the scientific method and vary coal and see if it causes sun. Yeah, that's about the level of your scientific inquiry, love.
You know, so many little things could have been ever so slightly different. So
yeah, and if it wasn't for Einstein just inventing a pseudo-Riemannian force space-time, you wouldn't have a job.
I think as I do delve into science history, I think about those kind of things more on sort of the how unlikely almost everything is. But it's not something, you know, I'm not sat at my desk doing my own research.
Research at your desk? Are you varying and manipulating presumed causes of effect at your desk when you're doing your research as a scientist there, Becky? Let's hear what you do at your desk.
You know, having an existential crisis every day.
Oh, right. So you get paid to sit at your desk having an existential crisis about things that might be. It's a fucking outrage. Who pays this woman to have existential crises at her desk and claim that she's doing science?
Thinking about these kind of things.
Thinking about them, are you, Becky, while you have your existential crises? Is that what you do? You get paid for that? Oh, no wonder she's smiling. Yeah? People who actually understand what the scientific method is and can debunk your every word are sat here in poverty, while you smile with your fat face, overfed, being paid to have an existential crisis about things that aren't real. It's an outrage.
Certainly is. She gets paid well, Nathan. Not paid well.
Yeah, to think about this shit. You get paid to think about stuff, don't you, Becky? For your musings, you bloody wizard.
Down in the data that you almost don't do that.
Well, just as we're so lucky that everything seems to have been just right for us to have made the discoveries that we have.
Yeah, lucky. You better be thankful for that pseudo four-space-time geometry where you'd be bending in spaghettification at the event horizon of a black hole that's super tiny and super massive and super scary. Yeah, you're damn right. You better be grateful.
Have done, there must be just as many that weren't quite right and have left us a little blind to things going on. I get a bit jealous because I imagine all the other planets in the center of the universe, you know, there's probably loads around the, you know, a bit closer to the center, all just having a party, hanging out with each other, getting like the equivalent of the train, the metro, the tube, just to one another.
Yeah, man, we have the same thing going on with gas particles at the edge of space. Yeah, they just get to the Kármán line, they have a little party. We sometimes reify it in a fantastical way also. There, Andrew. Yeah, because gas, according to heliocentrism, yeah, they say it goes down, go boom, boom, like bouncy balls poured into a fish tank. I mean, meanwhile, entropic law and gas behaviour very much suggest otherwise. It's a law of nature, entropy. But yeah, man, you can have the Kármán line with a party of gas particles. They get to the Kármán line and go, you know what? Gas law don't apply to me. I'm going to burn my brow in defiance. It's crazy how you can make this stuff up. Make it seem so fanciful. Yeah, we can do that too. We just do it with the nonsense that is heliocentrism and gas pressure without containment, not expanding into sky vacuums.
Others planets and hanging out, you know?
Yeah, it would be a lot. They'd be a lot closer. So our nearest star is about 4 light years away. So if
no, it isn't. You'll need an R value for that. You've never measured the speed of light. The calculation for the two-way speed of light required an R value. We've debunked it. You can't measure it.
we could travel at the speed of light,
you can't travel in a concept. What do you mean, travel at the speed of a concept? No, love, no, definitely not.
Light doesn't have a speed.
Still take us 4 years to get there, whereas closer into the center they might be, I don't know, a few light months away, where there's a lot more stars and it's a lot denser, and you know, maybe if life did exist there it would be easier to do interstellar travel.
There's no travel through a fourth dimensional space-time. She's talking about travelling through space and time. No. Time's a concept. It doesn't bend, it doesn't dilate, and you can't travel it. It's not a tunnel. It's not a bridge. It's not a road. It's a concept.
Are you
It's a
saying it
movie.
doesn't have a density, Nathan?
It's a
Doesn't
concept.
time have a density?
Can't weigh time.
But then you've got
But
the
if it's
issue
less
of
dense than the surrounding, sorry.
What, the concept of 4D space-time? No, Arwen, no.
So time doesn't go up if it is less dense than its surrounding medium?
You can't weigh time for it to be less dense than something else. No. Any more?
I seen a movie called Interstellar, and he was traveling through space and time. He even went through a black hole in this movie.
more
a
stars, there's
wormhole,
more
not a black hole.
supernova, and supernova
Oh,
give off
same
also lots of high energy radiation, so that could be very damaging to life on any planet. Like, I think the fact that we are in the suburbs is another, like, well, that was good, because otherwise we probably wouldn't have had life.
She has no idea where her place is in what she calls the universe. She's got a description of pseudo-4 space-time and a galaxy that has the centre being, or solar system with the sun being the centre of our universe. So this is all nonsense. It's all based on heliocentric orbital assumptions, and those orbital assumptions require our measurements. There's a whole string of them. Again, Brian's detailed them, and I'll go through them again now.
On our planets, we're very protected from all the radiation in the center of the galaxy, and also
Protected by what? What's protecting us from it?
So all the intergalactic radiation as well on the very outskirts of...
Sounds scary. Intergalactic radiation on the outskirts. Is this something else that we better be grateful to pseudo-force space-time bending to protect us? What control? It's not like this is all really scary stuff that's made up in a time dimension that we're not living in, that we need to be fearful of and grateful for. Should we all give thanks?
Nathan, you don't know about transgalactic radiation dangers? I mean,
it sounds scary. Should I give thanks to Xenu? Do I need to give thanks to Becky?
Of our galaxy too, so I think we're just in a really good position.
We should be grateful. We're in a good position. We're a good neighbourhood, heliocentrically speaking, aren't we, Becky? Yeah, we got it sorted. Yeah, you've defined it. We're in a good neighbourhood in the solar system when we've got orbital assumptions. This is all nonsense.
I think
that's not what she said earlier. What she said earlier is that we were in a kind of a she referred to us being in kind of a backwater, like the bayou of her galaxy.
Oh, right, and I said, wrong side of the tracks. Exactly. Just double speak. Complete double speak.
Other planets are jealous of us.
Other planets that she reifies into existence based on her orbital motions for lights in the sky are now reified one step further into jealousy. Oh my God.
Because they're all our cousins. They have feelings too. You know, a rock can be jealous of another rock.
No, that's a misapprehension about the heliocentric description of the elements forming in the heart of dying stars and then blasting out into the known universe to form on other planets to then grow into the primordial soup to then form life. Well, that has the elements of life being created in stars. It doesn't mean that stars have got opinions, attitudes, and can be reified into jealousy.
But you can't really exclude it either.
Yeah, you can. Even in their model.
Okay.
Rather than the other way around.
I was just thinking, you started your book with this dizzying description of how fast everything moves around each other.
You'll need R for that. Part of the measurements and maths that she will have utilised has an R value in it. We've debunked it. They can't measure it. They don't have a geometric sphere edge horizon to measure it with. When they did, they had enough flat earth height of the mountain to get it from. Every bit of it's debunked. None of this will be true.
The Earth around the sun, the solar system around the galaxy, and the galaxy around everything else.
Go on, John.
I was just going to say the Coriolis effect shows that those motions aren't happening either. You know, like the R value, she's presupposing to put things into motion, and then she'll describe it as us from a non-inertial turning reference frame. We've debunked all of that. None of that's happening.
Right on.
So let's say Tom Cruise is on that spacewalk.
He isn't. He's lying. If Tom Cruise starts to assert at any point that he's been out to outer space and walked in a sky vacuum, I'll be calling Tom Cruise a liar and debunking Tom Cruise personally. Simultaneously also debunking all of his assertions within his religion that's a spin-off of heliocentrism. So I will be debunking Scientology as a faith at its heart of heliocentrism should Tom Cruise lie about being in an outer space sky vacuum in violation of natural law. So Tom better not suggest it, because then he becomes a fish in our pond, lying about sky vacuums that he hasn't walked in.
And I guess this question's a little bit like another thing I don't understand, which is like...
Yeah, go ahead.
Point out that he described her book as a dizzying journey through whatever the heliocentric nonsense. Dizzy that was the word I couldn't come up with to describe her, was it yesterday? Dizzy, that's how you would describe her, isn't it? Dizzy. She goes around, look at her eyes, she's dizzy going around the place. She's just in wonder with all this amazement. That's it. It's just like, it's crazy.
When you jump on a train, why doesn't the train continue? Why do you go with the train or whatever? If he's gone on that spacewalk, why hasn't the Earth and the solar system and even our galaxy just gone straight past him? And he's like, oh God, I'm on my own.
So this is a very good question. Tell me he's not a good journalist now. He's just asked about an actual globe Earth claim that is claimed to be real. So what he's asking is, does Earth have Coriolis effect? because that's what he's just described. He's just described a non-inertial turning reference frame turning beneath an inertial reference frame and asked if the item in the inertial reference frame would appear to drift if you were watching it from the inertial. Non-inertial, that's the turning reference frame. In other words, would he just whiz away? That's actually a globe Earth claim. It's Coriolis effect. Go on, whoever that was.
Yeah, her response is perfect. Immediately, very charmy, giggling, like, ha ha ha. Oh,
Yep,
look at how
she
cute I
laughed.
am.
Let's see how she does. This is one of those things that I'm really sharp on.
Well, thankfully, I don't know whether you'd argue about my use of the word thankfully. Thankfully, he's still tethered to the Earth system.
Excuse me? Did you just say tethered to the Earth system?
Yep.
So he's got a great big piece of rope to the ground, keeping him in the non-inertial turning reference frame. Because if not, you're about to debunk the second reference frame that is claimed to prove Earth spins, Becky. Let's see how this goes.
Through gravity. Right. So,
So did you say he's tethered to Earth through gravity? Oh, dear, Becky. Au contraire. Do we need Cox to correct you, dumbass? No, Becky. Now, let me quote Professor Brian Cox. If he outranks you, he's definitely more popular, but he's also correct about the heliocentric rhetoric in regards to gravity not being capable of tethering things because it is not a force. There isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote. Professor Brian Cox. Maybe George Musa, Scientific American editor. Gravity is not a force. So how, Becky, was Tom tethered with something that isn't a force? Furthermore, if he's tethered to Earth with gravity, why is it that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that footballs drift through goalposts very specifically because they are not tethered to the Earth, to demonstrate a second reference frame turning beneath the football and causing the ball to seem like it curves through the goal? That's Coriolis effect, a second reference frame. You're now saying he's tethered to Earth in its system. So not a second reference frame then, Becky. This is going to get trimmed out. Becky's debunked Earth turn. Because she says there's a non-force force that you can think of as a force that creates a single reference frame. Tethered. Right, Becky? So not drifting at 15 degrees an hour then, like the football in Neil deGrasse Tyson's example, because that's very much not tethered and claimed to be proving Earth spins because it drifts, in line with the question you were just asked. But you're saying no drift, tethered, so no second reference frame proving we're spinning then, Becky? Oh dear. Maybe you should have learned what Coriolis deflection was before you told this man that there's no second reference frame proving we spin.
you know, he.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What, a non-force force that you can think of as a force, Andrew Gold? Why would you be nodding along with this? Oh yeah. Well, obviously there's a force of bending pseudo-Riemannian force space-time that you've just spent the last 10 minutes discussing, and it's imagination that you had to go through to be producing spaghettification effects. This bending space-time that had you spaghettified is now tethering Tom to the ground. Oh, yeah. Clever wizard. Just done a real number on you, mate. Got you nodding along real nicely. Yeah, just a wizard. Now, what was the female equivalent? Witch. Yeah, a witch. She cast a spell on you. Now you're nodding. Tether like a rope, holding him to the ground. All right, you just agreed with that. Why? Critical thought much?
Even if he pushes himself away from the International Space Station, for example, that's still tied to the Earth.
Tied, like with rope? Non-force force that you can think of as a force, like a rope tying him to the ground? She's using words that reify a force from a 4D space-time. That isn't a force.
It's pull of gravity. It's in...
Pull? No pull. Not really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Cox. Gravity is not a force, end quote, Musa. Part of this aren't you getting, Becky? You just catch all examples that debunk Earth turn with forces holding and tethering things that are tied to Earth. What, with an imaginary rope? The imaginary 4D space-time rope? That's not a force? Is that what's tethering him and tying him? You clown? Why are you making this shit up, Becky? Do you not know what Coriolis is? What an embarrassment. Second reference frame's supposed to be in effect. What about the ball drifting through the goal, Becky? Was that tethered? So you've debunked Tyson now, have you, Becky? Going to put your words next to Neil deGrasse Tyson's as he tells you about how Earth turned underneath the ball, only for you to completely contradict it in every single respect. So Earth not turning under the football, right, Becky? Tethered. No drift. What the hell's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about, I ask myself. Nah, there's just no Earth turn. No art to claim there's Earth turn, no measurements to depict from Earth curve horizons, all bollocks. But here you are sat in contradiction of the high priest, Tyson. Oh dear, Becky, you're going to get in trouble for this. Debunking Earth turn by saying things are tethered and not drifting at 15 degrees an hour. Sound familiar? 15 degrees an hour of Earth turn, drift, balls drifting through goalposts. Were they tethered, Becky?
Orbit around the Earth. It's essentially in free fall. It's just that the Earth keeps falling away from it.
That's just a begging the question fallacy. Nothing's falling around Earth. There is no orbits. Your assumption of it required an R value.
So it just makes a circle, if that makes sense.
If you can beg the question, because I've just told you that's what it does. No, we don't beg the question of orbits here, Becky. Definitely not.
So it's on like this perfect free fall to take it.
Yeah, you just keep reaffirming the begging the question fallacy so he understands and nods along after you've said it 3 times. Yeah. Great wizardry. My bad. Great witchcraft.
Excuse me, sorry for stepping on you. That contradicts their claim of Coriolis effect, because he can't be falling around, but that means that he's the one moving and not the globe Earth. He would have to either be stationary and the globe Earth rotate underneath him, or he would have to be fixed to a point over the globe Earth, and him and the globe Earth both move at one time. They're the orbits. They're the 2 types of orbits.
Yeah, she doesn't understand Coriolis deflection.
She doesn't know the model. She just harps on with a lot of rubbish.
Yeah, she doesn't understand the model. She doesn't understand the Coriolis deflection and the 2 separate reference frames that are asserted. She doesn't understand any of it. She's making this shit up. I mean, it's bad enough that you come up with these stories that have come from Einstein, but when you start deviating off the path of heliocentric nonsense, that's when I'll get really furious with you, Becky. You're just a pretender clown. You don't even understand your own bloody religion. There's Coriolis deflection claimed in globe Earth, Becky. You stupid idiot. So you're going to bullshit your audience about what heliocentrism isn't now? After making up the stories in line with Einstein, now you're going to bullshit about your shit that doesn't sit in line with globe Earth claims of 15 degrees an hour drift? What an outrage. Neil deGrasse Tyson will not be happy.
Get in a circle.
She's
so it's
having some
perfect in orbit.
compatibility issues, it seems.
She just doesn't understand Coriolis effect. It's that simple. She's thick.
Right. Getting too flexible, too many directions that aren't really compatible.
You need to learn what the Coriolis effect is, Becky. Yeah? Because you don't understand it. That much is blatantly obvious. Yeah? I'm going to call you stupid. That's ignorance. You are ignorant of the 15 degrees an hour drift that is claimed to be caused by Earth turning beneath things. 2 reference frames, inertial and non-inertial. Earth claimed to be the non-inertial turning reference frame, inducing Coriolis effect. That's drift. Them drifting apart at 15 degrees an hour, according to the globe claim. You're saying they're tethered and tied. Well, you're just thick. Let me correct you about your incorrect assertions about what the globe doesn't do. It's claimed to have 15 degrees an hour drift. That's stuff drifting apart as a consequence of 2 reference frames. Hello?
Right. And how is gravity supposed to tether something anyway? That's
not
like
a force.
A new function I've never heard described.
It's not a force, so she doesn't understand what non-forces can't do. In this case, tether things. In violation of Coriolis claims on a globe Earth, proving that we spin. Yeah, she's in direct contradiction of that. This clown, this muppet, this fraud. You can't tether, it's not a force. And if it did tether, it wouldn't induce Coriolis effect anymore, as claimed by Tyson, with footballs drifting through goalposts. So she's a fraud, clown, pretender. That's just that.
orbit all the time. So it's still completely tied to the Earth, hence why he doesn't go shooting.
Did I hear the word heresy? That's correct. She's a heretic.
Flat earther.
Yeah. In years gone by, Becky, if you went against the church, you'd have been burnt at the stake as a witch for going against the globe Earth religion. I mean, back then it was obviously under a different title and a different control structure that told people about what the sky was with angels and shit. Meanwhile, you're telling them about bending space-time and spaghettification in black holes in tiny dots that are millions of miles wide. Yeah, you're just a witch at this point because you're a heretic. Because you're telling people no drift, no 15 degrees an hour Coriolis effect to see here, all tethered with a non-force. So you're a witch, and in years gone by you'd have been burnt at the stake for being a witch. But for your heresy. Okay, witch?
Can I just point out something? Sorry, go on, Ted.
Yeah, she just doubled down again and said he's tied down to the Earth. What is the globe claim?
That there's 15 degrees an hour deflection as Earth rotates underneath as a separate non-inertial turning reference frame to induce drift in the form of balls seeming to go through a curved motion through a goalpost as Earth rotates beneath them as a separate reference frame. The effect is well known. It's taught in schools. It's called Coriolis effect. Of course, if it was actually the case that she understood what Coriolis effect was, that's 15 degrees an hour claimed to be induced by a turning Earth, then Earth would be turning underneath aeroplanes. Not that Becky understands this Coriolis deflection for us to actually attack the actual claim, because she doesn't understand it and has just violated it. But if she was claiming it, which she's not, she's a heretic, then she'd also have us pointing out that that would mean Earth was turning underneath aeroplanes, shortening their flight times when travelling west, because Earth would be turning underneath them at 15 degrees an hour for us to see the apparent deflection claimed to be induced in footballs. Well, planes also leave the ground like footballs leave them, and we can see them and observe them in the separate reference frame the ball's supposed to be in. So we'd be turning underneath them, massively reducing flight times when travelling west. That doesn't happen. There is no separate Earth turning underneath anything. Meanwhile, even if there was, she doesn't understand that, has gone against it by saying things are tethered to the Earth in a similar, same, or what did she say about the system that it was in? No, Becky, you are wrong.
No, Nathan, please go to Master D and show the picture of what an astronaut is really tethered to.
Right. Like, how can, yeah, but like, even if she said like tethered in some way, right? No, she invoked gravity as the cause of tethering. Well, if that were the case, then nothing would ever deviate. Is she saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson's a liar when he's told about the football that just because of slight Coriolis deviation hit the goal? Is she just saying straight out loud that he's a liar?
It seems by consequence, yes. That's why I've had a massive go at her, because she's not sitting in line with the heliocentric rhetoric. And I don't know about this picture from the deep submersion tanks. You know, yes, this is what a tether looks like. Okay, so we know what a tether is. It's not gravity.
Well, in their world, this is not in the deep submersive tank. This is in above Earth. So she's saying that it's like being tethered to the Earth. But even if you believe this nonsense, it's tethered to the so-called ISS in the second law of thermodynamics violation. So, I mean, everything is off from this person.
Yep. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a heretic. She is.
It is a weird one.
Well,
it's like, you know, like all these chickens.
Let me just point out something here. Is it not very strange that heliocentrism has suddenly put its arm around Scientology? I know Scientology was its dodgy cousin, but it's put its arm around Scientology and is now promoting Tom Cruise. I mean, why does heliocentrism suddenly feel like they need to do that?
Because they're one of the same thing.
Because they're brothers.
Because they're the same thing.
Right.
I know they're the same thing, but up until now, they haven't done that. Scientology has been this kind of dodgy, kind of outsider group that has beliefs about space and different things. And I know it's all part of heliocentrism, but
oh, I see what you're doing. I know, I've got you. Hold on, Brian's putting something down and I want to pick it up. Yeah, I agree, Brian. If you're watching this and you're an anti-flat earther, now's really the ideal time to actually get in on the heliocentric religion. You know, before it, gets, overpopulated. manipulated with people deserting the globe Earth because it isn't one. You know, if you still want to be part of that, there'll only be one way into that. You know, your dying belief will just be labelled Scientology. What a name. Scientology. How appropriate.
I take a little different viewpoint, but on the same tone of Brian, though, I think it's the other way around. They need Maverick to help them out because they're dying.
Well, that's part of what I'm saying as well. It's like, why did they suddenly need Tom Cruise, who was a very public figure and been in lots of movies, and Scientology? Why did they suddenly need this?
Because they need popularity. Because Tom Cruise.
I think Brian's got a point he actually wants to make, and I've stepped on him, and now you are, Armin. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, because Scientology gives a more complete outcome. If you look at what it is, it has a more complete philosophy to it. So it's like they're going to use Scientology against us, like in some way. It's like, boy,
Helio,
go on.
Has got no, pick on what he's saying, I think, pick up on what he's saying. It's got no spirituality. There's nothing in heliocentrism that deals with your soul. Scientology does. It allows you to stay in that comfortable place, but recognize there is something other than physicality. But fundamentally with Scientology, and it was a little bit what we was chatting about the other day, and maybe Tenth could mention this, how what we're seeing is, as people, it was the same with the Mormons, this introduction of heliocentrism into spiritual text. The Scientology is a great example, and if Tenth could maybe pull up the Mormon statements, you'll see here, Nathan, that into spiritual text, they're introducing the concept of planet, something that doesn't exist in scripture, but within the Book of Mormon, that exists, and also rotation of the earth. So its fixedness is no longer accepted. In fact, it's the opposite. And you can start to see this inbleeding in divisions of Christianity, or in offshoots of Christianity, like Mormonism, where the heliocentric religion has been pumped into its scripture.
Yeah, you nailed it, Adam. That was exactly it. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly, but that was exactly it. What has Flat Earth done? Just before Tenth brings forward this piece of information, what has Flat Earth done? Besides anything geometric or physics-based, it's turned a lot of people, and admittedly by these people, who were atheists, into believers in a creator. They now believe and know there is a creator, because now they know that this place was created. So they're created, so there is a creator. So consequently, now it's a battle for your spiritual beliefs. That's why I think they're bringing in this Scientology. And I predict they're going to start creeping this in more and more, and it's going to become a normality as opposed to an outsider group. Oh, that's strange and shady. I have enough said anyway. Thank you.
With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this extended live show now, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either Premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
If you read, I put it in Master D. He did travel through a massive black hole at the end, not a wormhole.
Yeah, but that's at the end. I mean, The first
No,
thing you get
something
to see is the wormhole. That's the real interesting event. That's when it gets surreal. The
Right,
black hole
but
thing
that's
is basically
basically
just
what makes
that's
a
just
black hole.
fantasy because normally you'd get crushed, but they just went with it. That's
It's a
surreal.
What is the difference? Well,
It's a
hold on. What's the difference between a black hole and a wormhole?
Well, the
Mathematically,
wormhole
what
is
is the difference?
simply a connection between spaces, right? Yeah, it's all heliocentric. A black hole is giant compacted matter that is so compact that bends space and time.
A
That's the
wormhole,
That's
on the
not
other
a
hand,
mathematical description.
a
Give me a
wormhole.
mathematical description between the two.
There is no real difference, but there's a speculation that the other side of a wormhole might reach the back of time in a different layer. But in their description of a wormhole, you've got time being, as described in gravitational geodesics, bending. And then when it bends back upon itself, you could have like a black hole effectively on one side of that curved. If you imagine a piece of paper curved back on itself, right? Well, then you could have a hole between the shortest two distances. Instead of going all the way around the outside edge of the paper, you could just go between the two sheets. But that would require a tunnel between the two of them. That would be a wormhole in the description.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right,
you know,
but that,
sorry, Aaron.
hold on, that's like kind of nonsense, because if you're talking about a two-dimensional object, it's still going to have to travel the full distance of the paper, no matter if you crumble it up or not.
No, it goes through a tunnel. So imagine time is like a piece of paper, and space-time is the bending of that piece of paper. And the bend means that imagine if you fold a piece of paper in half. At that point, with it folded, you put a dot on one side. You can, if you held it up to the light, you could see the dot through to the other side of the page, right? On the other side of the fold, right? Because there's a very short distance between one side of the fold and the other side of the fold. If there was a hole between those two pieces of paper folded, then you could jump from one side of space-time to the other side of space-time, and the conduit that you did it through would be called a wormhole. I'm not saying it's real, it's absolute bollocks. But
That's
now
what
to
they do.
describe
They
it.
Stick the pencil through. That's what they do.
Well, what I'm
You're
saying,
gonna
though,
need a
even
reason
in
for
that idea, you're talking about a three-dimensional object interpreting two-dimensional space. It's still, a two-dimensional object wouldn't be able to do that. So the idea that fourth-dimensionally, three-dimensional objects could travel fourth-dimensionally wouldn't work anyway.
How do you know?
Because it's fourth-dimensional pseudo-space-time that we don't exist in, Arwin?
Yeah, but if that did exist, then it would work.
Well,
Hey, listen, they did it.
unicorns aren't real, therefore there aren't any unicorn farts. Yeah, but if unicorns were real...
Exactly. But this is not about whether it is real, it's about how it would function if it were real.
Right, but in the live show, that's why I clarified that in the live show. So when we're debunking aspects of pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending like we are now, it's important to clarify exactly that. So Arwin's saying, well, no, I'm just saying how it doesn't work in their pseudo-force space-time geometry. Fine. But it's surplus to requirements, isn't it? Once you've shown that the world isn't a reified 4D space-time geometry, then it doesn't matter whether or not the 4D space-time geometry does or doesn't function mathematically correctly or not, because it isn't relatable to our world in the physical. Therefore, debunking the claims within the maths or the maths themselves, like I say, is surplus to requirements. It's good that you can, because it shows a comprehensive understanding of their maths.
I'm going to make a prediction when I finished.
Well, hypothesis.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make it a little bit more complicated. Don't get too much into it, but you do realize that basically my realm setup where there's a loop that can be defined as being stuck within a wormhole. But yeah, let's not get into that too much.
Yeah, you don't want to argue for wormholes. That would be a
Well, I
losing
wouldn't even
battle.
call it a wormhole. I mean, if it were like that, then basically the realm itself would be the wormhole. So it's not really, yeah.
What a load of
getting
old bollocks. Fascinating.
Well, yeah, it's bet on the loser. I wouldn't bet on that one.
Well,
so should we conclude,
never
Becky,
know.
there? Because I've got to be honest, right? With that video, we got... Oh, we actually did a fair old chunk. I think we started about 33 minutes in, something like around there. And we got to 49, maybe 50 minutes in of a 1 hour video. But so we've you know, we haven't really covered much of it, considering how long it was and how much we left out. But I don't know, how much more of this do you want to endure?
Well, I think maybe to save it for future days. There's going to be another day
I
tomorrow.
think we've done enough. Do you not think we've done enough?
I think we've done enough for today anyway. Yeah. On that
4
video.
more hours.
We could, yeah, we could.
Let me just make
It
a
would take
prediction
that.
here. I think-
That's what I'm saying, Arwin. There's 20 minutes left of the video, or maybe a bit less. Sorry, 10 minutes left of the video. And it would probably take us a couple of hours to get through 10 minutes.
The question I'd ask is, if you do another couple of hours, is that going to change the conclusions? Is she going to suddenly start using scientific method? Is anything new, profound going to come out, or just reiteration of the fact that?
What do you think?
Just making well, exactly.
Or email.
You want to from someone else?
I would save that 10 minutes for tomorrow.
I'm
Sorry, go on,
actually weary. That was very good segment. It was a total takedown of the lie and superstitious method of these so-called scientists, pseudoscience that they use and want to be have that hung above their door and saying, I got a degree, I'm an astrophysicist. They used no real science. It was wearying, but good. So save it because we got more of her to do anyway, because she's got a lot more stuff out there. In fact, you can do it tomorrow morning in the pre-show, and then we can jump on to Professor Dave if we have time.
Well, you can see that.
I
just want to say just one comment I want to highlight from Sabrina, so you can guess what I've said in this chat feed from the show when it was aired. I just want to read out our comment at Nathan Oakley 1980. I think she has to use words that we can understand, or we can all understand. Perhaps time is a concept, but it is a concept we are all familiar with. Good starting point for explaining things. No, she's reified it into a conceptual medium that's bending.
Well, maybe this lady who responded could have time pay her mortgage.
Exactly. Concepts
That's
don't
nice
bend.
Can I make?
Are we're all familiar with time because we have clocks, but are we all familiar with the concept of warping and bending of time and space? No, they can't even explain really what it is. That's a strange false. It's a good place to start. Seems very switcheroo to me, that.
Lowly normies, groveling at the feet of their priest. Oh, she's doing a great job. Doesn't matter that she's reifying a concept into physical reality. It's a concept we all understand, so it's fine, okay? Okay?
Yes,
Well,
Nathan, I was told, hold on 1 second. I was told, you idiot, go learn about Einstein's 10 equations, then come back to me. So is that going to help me?
Well, if you don't know the Ricky tensor, then you can't say that time isn't a fourth dimension. That doesn't make sense, does it?
Who's Ricky Tensor?
I think he's a skateboarder. Just to give it a little bit of context, in obviously not just Ireland but other Catholic countries, Catholic priests were getting away with doing all kinds of depraved things and getting away with all kinds of power trips and different things like that. And people were looking past it. They just looked past it. They just pretended it wasn't happening. The same thing is happening with heliocentric priests like Becky. They're just looking past it. They're just giving them a free pass. That's what's happening. Same thing.
Meanwhile, they're raping the minds of people, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well,
I'm being paid for it.
They're being paid for the actual the hijacking and raping of people's imagination, the warping of people's imaginations. You know, starting a childhood when they go into nursery school or whatever, you know, or even before that, when with the mobiles over the cribs. You know, that's what they're starting with. No, I'm not really against mobiles because they show a sun and stars and stuff. That's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? That's like they are up there, like these things, right? We see these lights in the sky. But when it comes to suddenly start teaching little tiny kids about run a globe, and that's where it all starts. And you know, when they start from that point, they're starting from all these pre-assumptions. It's like it is getting implanting the seed, the heliocentric seeds, into a young child's imagination, and that child would then grow up, and some of them will become Beckys. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
it's totally contrary to what the Bible says of creation.
Yeah, it is completely contrary. But it's look at what they're doing. They're implanting a seed at a time in someone's life that is the most imaginatory. I don't know if that's a real word, but as a child, imagination is everything to you. As a child, you're open to all possibilities, and that's when they give it to you.
Well,
and then bit by bit, they start telling you it's real. Go on.
That's why you have the public state school system in place to do that. So they start it young, and they are taught this heliocentric lie from the very beginning. And so by the time they run into a show like this, it's going to set off cognitive dissonance, and then it's going to be, you're going to have your Professor Daves. This flat earthers, they're a bunch of cults. Because we all know that we live on the globe. Well, okay, can you just show it to me so I could get off the flat earth cult train? I mean, you haven't shown none of what you say ever works out. And we've been lied to since birth. And so what you're saying is they grab this is the only way they do it. Because right now, what I'm seeing, and I think Adam senses this, is that they're spiraling because we're catching on. So now they're bringing Tom Cruise, Scientology. They're bringing other things. The the ether now. The ether is the replacement. Ether is the replacement for gravity. But the next transformation of ether is that ether is a personal but loving force.
Well, my prediction, which I was going to say a few minutes ago, I'll say now in a moment. But first thing I'm going to say is that they create an emotional attachment to the globe and heliocentrism when they have young children, tiny young children in nursery school, and they start showing them these things and in their cartoons on TV. Because everyone has an emotional tie to their childhood, because that's when they're most vulnerable. And so you have an emotional tie, things that happen to you, good or bad, when you were a child, you hold on to them. Because that was when you were most vulnerable. If somebody was good to you or something was good, you never forget it. If someone was bad to you or something was bad, you never forget it. Because you have that tie to these things because you were vulnerable. So they create this tie to this heliocentric model, starting with their globe. They create this tie when a child is very, very young. And that's what they do. And that's why people go into such an instant rage. They don't use any critical thought. You have people who we've argued with, who in their daily life might be able to have a normal, you can't tell me that Ruhiv can't critically think. He can critically think. He can critically think. But when it comes to this, he has waffle.
Ruhiv's not a normal person either.
Do you
He's
think
not the
that
everyday person?
Tom Cruise? You think they brought Tom Cruise into this because it's a direct counter to what we're doing as flat earthers? I think it's what we're doing.
This is my prediction. Let me make my prediction just 1 second, before it goes and gets lost. I predict that Tom Cruise is going to end up in a debate with David Weiss. And there's going to be ether brought up. And it's going to it's going to be a big debate. There might be more than one. Could be David Weiss or David and Whitsit. Yeah, because they're going to bring in their ether nonsense. There's going to be a big Scientology versus ether and the globe busters and blah, blah, blah. And it's going to end up being a draw. And the world is going to be offered a false, I don't know if it's right to say a false dichotomy, because they're going to have either the kind of Scientology heliocentrism of spirituality, or they can go the ether route. And Scientology might even, they might come to an understanding that they both agree with ether being real. I predict that's what's on the way.
But then you overlook that Scientologists don't really debate their religion.
Yeah, but they work off of psychology. What are Scientologists? What did they work off of?
But they avoid it at all costs. I mean, a Glober might engage a flat earther, but a Scientologist, they're not supposed to talk about it, right? You have to pay to know these things. You're not allowed to just share it even. So
but that's the
debating
thing
is
about
really
this.
hard for a Scientologist.
Yeah, but that's the thing about it. It's coming out into the open, Arwen. They're bringing it out into the open,
We'll
into the
see.
open.
We'll look
Yeah.
if there's going to be some kind of
and-
open transformation in
and what do they
Scientology,
work
then
on?
maybe.
If you look at any program about Scientology and anyone who was involved in it, what do they work on? They work on psychology a lot. And what is the globe? Only pure psychology. So they're working off of psychology. So they're going to be giving people this false narrative. This you can choose Scientology, and they'll be a very strong. Like Tom Cruise is kind of a very strong-headed, very direct kind of a guy, right?
But why?
And he's why? Because of us, Neil. Because
Okay,
us, we exist. That's
all right. The same page.
This show exists. QEs exist. Everyone who follows this show exists because this is growing. That's why.
Right. Maybe when this gets up to 100,000 people, we could maybe even start to assert that.
How do you know it's not?
How do I know
Hold
it's
on.
not
Just let
100,000
John,
people?
Just let John critique Brian's grandiose delusions. Go ahead, John.
Well,
they're not grandiose.
I can hear. Go on, John.
A quick question.
What I would.
Not at the moment. 1 second. John, you make our point. You were trying to say something.
What I was going to say is they may be trying to offer up a false dichotomy, but how many people are actually privy to the information we try to disseminate? You know,
we're not aware of it,
we're talking to a very small audience in respect to the number of people in the world.
How do you know we're
it's not
talking
even
to a very
close.
small audience?
Because I know the numbers.
Yeah, but we
know
don't
the numbers. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but we only know views on Nathan's shows and stuff like that. We don't know who this type of thinking is getting to, who this information is getting to. Just because they're not joining the show doesn't mean that the information that the show is putting out there is not getting to people through other channels. We don't know this. We don't know how popular or unpopular.
I do actually notice. Yeah, the key words that we use and emphasize are trickling through. I'm seeing it on other platforms that don't even mention us. They are learning it, so it's getting through.
May I pose some questions after John is done?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is we've been reviewing debates that people have had and how they've not used the housekeeping questions or even acknowledged the problems in the heliocentric model that we've brought up. So I don't know how well it's being disseminated. You know, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me if anybody hears it. But
all right, here's my questions. I grew up around the time of NASA. There were no private space companies. Now there's private space companies. So we've got Bezos, we got Virgin Atlantic, and we got Elon Musk. Now we know they can't do anything without NASA's approval. So they're set up to give credibility to NASA because this isn't government funded or tax funded. These are private. So there's one thing that you need in the backdrop. Then we've got all the movies. My grandkids are watching things, and I see that in the cartoons they're putting space people and planets, and I call it out. Then we've got the Marvel movies. Everything's from space, gods, and all this stuff. Aliens, or Earth's under attack. So again, replanting the thought that you live in the heliocentric model through all these means. Then you've got this people going into space, but it's not really space because Neil deGrasse says they didn't go high enough. But from Shatner to others who went up there and came down, and what's his name, Felix Baumgartner, and all this stuff. But people think it's space. Now we've got a superhero guy, Tom Cruise, Scientology, who's all about space. The whole religion is about that because L. Ron Hubbard at the time wrote a sci-fi thriller, and they decided to reify it into a religion. So next thing you know, Tom Cruise is going to be going into space. So my question after all that, to set it up, is I don't know much about what he's going to be doing. Does anyone know what it means Tom Cruise is going to space? And allow me to answer once someone tells me what that is. So when they were referring on the show, the host and Dr. Becky, about Tom Cruise going to space, what does that mean? Is he actually going to the ISS? What does that mean?
He's filming in space. It is alleged that the shoot will be in space, or has been. Okay. I don't know which. I don't keep up with these things, but either way, it's alleged that he's doing what spacemen do. Now, all he's really doing, as far as I am concerned, is the same as Elon Musk or Richard Branson, which is capitalizing on the space endeavor through the means that he has at his disposal, which is making films. That puts him in a greater position of power alongside his religion, which is very much tied to heliocentrism. So it's very beneficial to him to claim he's going to space, which he isn't.
Correct. Okay, so now what I'm saying is that's perfect, and I can see why he jumped up at it. But now at the same time, like you said, if he ever claims that he did it, we know he's lying. But also, they need someone outside of NASA desperately to keep pushing this narrative. And we're going to see more and more of this, is my point. So more and more of kids' cartoons, more and more of Marvel, more and more stars, athletes talking about this, because they're losing the grip on it because of the critical thinking flat earth has caused people. That's why we're a cult. That's why this guy, next time you do this guy's show, he's got 2 segments on Professor Dave. And then you're going to be able to write to him and say, come interview me and find out if we're a cult or not. I'll show you who's the cult. I mean, this could be really good, Nathan.
I hope so.
I mean, you do a critique on his 2 shows on Professor Dave, and then you send him your show on Professor Dave, plus your critique of his show, Professor Dave, and see if he's a real investigative journalist. Will he have you on? Because he's asking Professor Dave what a real flat earther is. Why not ask a real flat earther what a real flat earther is? Not globe busters, but us.
Maybe he's only in the business of bashing flat earthers. We'll find out. Like I say, I haven't had that much exposure to his material beyond his Scientology stuff, which I thought was good.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that, and I'm going to, well, I don't know why I led in with that, probably just to make it sound like I had something to say. But really what I'm going to say is that when have my predictions not come true? Because if I told you, Nathan, exactly, and I knew, Neil, I knew you would agree. Because if I told you, Nathan, 6 months ago that you were going to be in the position you're in now in accordance to the Globebusters, you would have said, nah. If I told you that a year ago, you would have said, nah. When I did tell you 2 years ago, and Neil was saying it as well, that you have to watch out for this thing. This thing is more than you're giving it credit for. You were, nah. Deal with it if it happens. You know, just crazy ideas. But those crazy ideas came true.
That's right. You were calling it a ghost hunt, remember? Yeah, I believe in ghosts. You were making fun of me.
Yeah, I remember. So be careful, because Tom Cruise could be debating David Weiss, and they could both agree on ether being real. And it could be on television and on the internet, and everyone's yay.
Yeah, that'd be the way it went, wouldn't it?
A quick question, please.
Go ahead.
Before Brian leaves, I just had something I wondered if he could clarify for me, but I can do it after you guys are done. But if he stays around for after, if it's a bad time to ask.
I already know the answer. The answer is no. He only did that once. He doesn't make a habit of it. No.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
You know, I won't be on Discord, so if you want to ask something, ask it now.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's the end of your presentation that you did with the sun. Okay. And I'm just trying to get a clarification on something. It says there, and to have a flat, stationary, enclosed, self-automated dynamic system with an internal gas pressure gradient and vacuum overhead, then you must have a sun. as a sun is the antecedent to the formation of a pressure gradient and a vacuum, ... with the exception of a creator, or sorry, container or creator. Uh, my question would be the ending there, with the exception of a creator or a container. Uh, are you saying, are invoking a creator for your system?
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to invoke a creator. I'm stating that the creator is the ultimate antecedent to all of this. None of this can be here without a creator. It has to have been created.
Yes. Okay. So in this, in everything that you've put together here, there is, it can't happen without a creator.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It's
first
impossible.
Law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
Yeah, first law of thermodynamics.
Listen. Okay. QE isn't on right now, is he?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just curious what your take is. Have you ever listened to his I'd have to find the one that is one of his Scientism, where at the end he's talking about this double split experiment, and he makes the comment at the end. I'm not sure if this is fair to ask it without him being here. So if you don't want to touch it, that's fine. He said,
"Did you say split or slit? Did you say slit or split?"
Double split
okay,
experiment.
I listen. You can catch me messing up with that. Sorry, if I did, I don't know exactly what I even said. But you know what we're talking about, right?
Yes, we know.
That experiment.
Yes.
Okay, and the comment at that point was that the scientists ran out of the room towards some form of spirituality, but he said they didn't go towards Christianity. Does anybody remember that?
Yeah, there's a famous saying: the first sip from the cup of natural science will make you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Right. So this, every time I listen to this show, it's just fascinating to me what happens, because there is this elephant in the room. And Nathan, it's your show. Honestly, I have to respect that, like I've said. But I would like to invite some of us who identify as Christians, perhaps on another platform. I know some people wait around after shows, and I've had a couple talks with people that, because I'm not sure how fair it is to have this discussion on Nathan's show. But for us to identify this elephant that is in the room on this subject.
What elephant?
Yeah, we've got no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what elephant you're talking about.
Name that
elephant?
What
elephant?
I think in both what Brian has here and in what QE said, that the necessary antecedent is a creator.
No one denies the creator.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Nature, you've only got two alternatives in this regard. It's the ontological primitives. Either nature created itself, or there was an external entity creating what we call nature. Those are your only two choices.
Yes.
Well, nature creating itself violates the first law of thermodynamics. So nature cannot create energy, right? So therefore, what's your alternative? There's only one left. There was an external entity that created what we experience. It can only be that way.
But am I wrong in the impression I'm getting that when it comes to religious things, you're a bit hesitant to have it on your shows? Maybe that's a wrong perception on my part. This is to Nathan.
Not necessarily, but this isn't a religious view. The ontological primitives have nothing to do with religion.
What's the elephant?
Well, okay. Again, you see, this is very interesting, because words are, like you said, words have they mean things, right? So would we with the belief in a creator, why would you separate that from being a religious belief? Because that's implying
Because it's
that
not a belief.
the creator can
Because
be
it's not a belief.
scienced.
I'll answer. Because it's not a belief. How can I separate it from religious belief? It's not a belief. How can it be a religious belief?
Okay, so are we making the statement, or can we make the statement that God can be scienced?
No, you can infer it from various scientific experimentation that point that direction and only that direction. So yes, you can take that from certain science, but no, I take it from the ontological primitives. There's only one reasonable explanation in a choice of two. One is described by the Big Bang. Nature puffed itself into existence, violating the first law of thermodynamics. Now, given that it's nature creating nature in the Big Bang story, then nature would have to follow its own laws. Therefore, void. You can't have that as an option. It's not real. That can't be true. You can't have nature poofing itself into existence in violation of its own laws of nature. Therefore, what are you left with? There can only be one answer in the regards to how we got here, how it was all created. There can only have been an external entity creating what we call our experiences, aka the world. Now, you can call it God, but your God has lots of different caveats attached to that word when you say God. Creator or external entity, or however I caveat it, doesn't change what that means. It means there was an external force, aka creator, that made what we experience. That is the only option. So it isn't a belief.
It's a rational conclusion.
We're still waiting for the elephant in the room. Will you please get to that now?
That there's a very strong spiritual attachment to this discussion that we're having, and that if in the context of the word science is being used in a very strict sense, can we, in that strict sense, claim that God has been scienced, that he's been put through the scientific
I see what you're saying.
Process?
Okay.
No.
Yes, you can. I would say yes. Adam's
What?
going to say no.
Sorry.
I'll say yes. Adam will say no. We'll see where we get.
I would say different.
I would say yes based on...
That's the elephant.
Okay. So based on...
Are you calling God an elephant?
Jesus.
Please, come on, Arwin.
So based on the double slit, you've got a cause that requires you to understand how knowledge is acquired. In order to have knowledge, which is a very massive causal influencer in everything we experience, then you must have a knower. That process starts with a knower. So when you reverse that through and get that back to the ontological primitives, when you talk about I talk about an external force, well, that's a bad wording, because an external force, no, it had to begin with knowledge, and therefore you had to have a knower. You can't have a non-entity that's capable of thought if you're talking about information. And information specifically is a causal influencer in our world. That can be validated scientifically, pointing directly towards a God. Adam, you said no. You go ahead.
Yeah, you summarise it.
Thank you.
Pointing towards a God. Lovely. You can do whatever you want if you're going to science nature and draw conclusions from that with regards to ontological primitives. But to delude yourself that in any way you're testing God, or whatever God is, however you want to define it, that in any way God is within your hypothesis is foolhardy.
Yeah, I just want to state that the laws of thermodynamics are not science. They're observations and descriptions of natural phenomena that we don't know the cause of. And we don't know how to test for a cause. So when someone says, like when I would say first law of thermodynamics proves that there is a creator, because matter nor energy, it's stated within that neither matter nor energy can be created or destroyed, and it's inferred via nature. That means matter and energy has to have been created via some intelligent being, force, God, creator.
Yeah, and if
but that's not science. Go on, Adam.
No, if we've got double slits and that, I'd say all of these things lovely. I know this and now, but all they're giving you is the knowledge of the setup that God has set up. You're not testing God. That would be my point. In no way are you testing God. You're examining the ways in which it's been created. You're not sciencing God.
Okay.
Let me round it off for you from my Christian.
No, I'll round it out. I'll round that out.
Finish? Oh, what can I?
Oh, that's sorry.
No, he wants to talk to you, QE. He wants to talk to you.
I can round Adam's point.
All right, go ahead.
God.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were addressing Adam's point. Go on.
Yeah, well, that is sciencing. That is natural science. You just proved God's existence there, Adam.
Yes, I've got no problem with that, proving his existence.
That's the point.
Say you're sciencing God. You're not. You're sciencing the natural world to come to the conclusion
that's
of
just
God.
that's baloney. No, the whole point
can
was:
manipulate
is
God.
there scientific
Hold
evidence?
on. Let Adam put this to you, because that's what I was thinking. Adam, go ahead.
It's baloney.
Hold on.
He
Let him
just
say it. Let him say it. Go on,
He
Adam.
just conjured it.
Let
The
him say.
subject's conjured.
I
The
had
question is, holy shit, shut the fuck
Well,
up.
I had 2 words from Adam. You've rumpused it and are now insisting and getting more and more agitated.
My God! The question is there scientific evidence for a creator? That's the question.
Right.
Not
Okay.
what he conjures.
No,
Can
it
you
wasn't.
science
That
God?
wasn't the question.
What the fuck is that?
The question, Huey, that was put to us was, are you sciencing God? And that's why I addressed it as we can use science to demonstrate to ourselves a creator, but for us to pretend that we can science God, which would mean manipulate a cause and effect relationship, which bit of God am I going to tweak to cause and effect?
That's non sequitur. It's red herring fallacy.
No,
The
it's not. It's
question was-
directly.
Can I
Yeah,
say something, please?
What the question? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, agitated
The
QE.
question
Love it.
is.
We're on the end of a
Holy
furious
shit.
QE,
it.
Adam.
Get some
This is good,
breakfast,
isn't it?
man, and chill out.
Can I
no
just
need.
say something, please?
Hey, Arwin,
You
that
do,
privilege
Arwin.
wasn't extended to you. You don't get to
If
wind
he's
him up in this.
objecting, there's a point. So, John,
I'll be back in
explain
5 minutes.
what I've
He's
said.
running away. He's running away.
That's right. Better get some
No,
breakfast
you guys
now.
didn't face Kiwi. I wanted to talk to Kiwi.
Well, I wanted to hear Adam's question. Adam was about to say, before he got rumpus and moved further away from it than ever and QE's buggered off, was to say, what's the independent variable? What's the dependent variable? Where's God the viable cause or the effect that we're studying? It isn't. That's Adam's point, and I totally agree. Now, your inference thereafter will directly point to God, as I described. And QE will say it's non sequitur when Adam says that it's not the cause or the effect or something being varied. Where's the phenomena of God?
Well,
Can I clarify something,
Do we
please?
know, 1 second, sorry, do we know if QE heard the original question that Adam was replying to?
Yes. Yeah, Adam paraphrased it.
Okay, I'll take the blame on this one. Can I
No
take
blame,
the
this is
blame?
Ace.
I'll take
Did
the
Adam, sorry, did QE hear that question before he joined?
No, but it was paraphrased
We
back to
don't
him
know
by
that.
Adam a moment ago.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, but
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Can I? Oh, sorry. Somehow I feel I have to wait for somebody to say, "Go ahead, Humble." Okay. Yeah, I asked the question, and it was my bad because
hang on.
actually
You keep on over talking me. What's
I'm
wrong
sorry.
here? Sorry. Yeah, you heard me speaking. Right? You keep on trying to overtalk me when I'm speaking. I don't like that.
Okay, chill
That's a
out.
bad sign.
Who cares?
Now, was QE aware of, and is he aware of the question that we were asked?
It's the third time you've
Not
asked.
just was.
Third time.
Yeah, but you just you just said it was paraphrased back to him. But does he know that that was the exact question that was asked?
I don't know, but that's why I did paraphrase it to just give clarity on what was being discussed.
What have I missed? Why did
it-
we leave?
Oh, Jesus.
Dude.
Because
only
I
thing I'd
ordered a
say to the-
burrito. Because I ordered a cheese burrito and I bit into it and it was bacon, so I had to go complain.
Oh, you're back, right?
So now I'm back. So
John,
now
address
I'm
it,
back.
mate, yeah.
So, here we go again.
No,
Just
stop.
keep fucking talking.
Can you listen rather than immediately taking control of the conversation with the question?
I've already listened.
Right, there's a couple of questions. Are you aware of the actual subject matter at hand by way of the exact questioning that was raised, or not?
The exact question was, is there scientific evidence of a creator? Not.
No.
Can you
wasn't
science
that.
God?
No,
You're using
John.
science as a fucking verb?
No, it was that wasn't the question. That's the point. So if you think what we were answering was that, that's incorrect. The question we're answering is, can you science God?
The malformed question.
Well, exactly, and that's how it was addressed in a malformed way then. But I think it becomes a philosophical thing to me. Are you going to manipulate God? Do you? And this is why I said it's arrogance. It's nonsense to think.
Please, gentlemen,
that you're going to manipulate God
asked
in
the
any
question.
way is nonsensical to me. You might come to conclusions that demonstrate to you that there is a creator. But to think you can use the scientific method and involve God in that it's just what. How?
Gentlemen,
Give me an
please,
example.
A question. A minute, please. A minute, please.
No. Shut up for a second.
No, can I asked the question.
Okay, I'm going to
the-
shut you up then. Now, you're going off of a malformed question on into a conclusion. Does that make sense to you?
Yep. So you're just going to reject the question? Or
Yeah,
change it?
because because it's a malformed question. You need to try again. Not your question.
it
If somebody
doesn't-
asked
it-
that question, can
it
you
doesn't-
science God?
You're right, Kiwi. I'm agreeing with you. I am
I
saying
thought I just muted you.
Yeah, he's
Shut
part of the
hell up for a
discussion.
second.
Don't mute him. He's part of the discussion.
I'm trying to. All right, I'm out. Later.
Sorry, I was trying to tell him that, yes, I would apologize for a malformed question. And this is why this is so trying sometimes, because, yeah, if somebody just say it's a malformed question to me, I will try to clarify it. Actually, QE got to the exact point that I was trying to get to. I would say if somebody misunderstood my question because it was a bad question, it would be, I think it was Brian. Yes, Brian, not that what you said was wrong, but the intent of my question was exactly as QE put it. And I hope he had stayed on so that I could tell him that yes, I
exactly as QE put it, though, was it?
Huh?
It wasn't.
Sorry?
I addressed your question. Sorry,
but the intent of my question was, to get the response
just
that
give me a
QE
minute,
had.
dude. The intent of your question is fine. You've now changed it. But actually what you said, whether it was malformed or not, I understood what you were saying. You said, can I science God? I know what that meant, which is why I said it's just ridiculous to suggest so. Yeah? That was my point. It's,
Yes,
it's
and you're right.
egotistical.
You're
I'm
right.
talking still. Just breathe, dude. Breathe. Now, QE's responded to it in a way to say, look, it is nonsensical address because why is it a malformed question? Because God's in there. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask QE. Why is it a malformed question? If you replace the title God, can I science anything else? Then you have a direct way of dealing with it. So the only reason it's nonsensical is you can put God in there, which is the same point I'm making. Yeah, what kind of ego thinks they can manipulate and vary God?
but I think it was the way that I used the term science in the question, not the God part.
No, we get that.
If I got it right.
Guys, if you spend so long majoring on the phraseology, it's the development of the conversation that comes after. Don't worry if it's malformed. If it develops into a conversation, you don't have to constantly interrupt to say, no, that's not how I meant it. I realise, yes, it was malformed. Yes, QE's right, it was malformed. Yeah, we could focus on that indefinitely, but it has developed into a conversation further to that, which is a lot more interesting than whether or not we've misunderstood a manifold question and how it should have been clarified and who understood it or not. Okay, yes. So God being scienced, no. But can you infer from science there is a God? Yes.
Bro,
It's the antecedent for creation.
Okay. Yeah, you know something, now I'm realizing that now that you've put it so clear, Nathan, that both of those answers are kind of scary to me, but I'll have to give it some more thought and come back maybe another day. But
You want me to put it more
thanks very
bluntly?
much. But
Scary? Why?
I'll put it in more blunt terms, knowing that you're a Christian. It's not to feed your affirmation bias, it's just because you're looking for a positive assertion, and I'll give you one. There is a God. You can prove it. Science can help.
Well said.
Can I get in there?
boy, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, somebody else.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go in and take my scientific proofs of a creator down off my website.
No, sir. Honestly, I need those, QE. I
you.
need those. Oh,
That's
sorry.
That's not directed towards you.
Oh, okay. Can I just ask you a question while you're back then? QE? Oh, sorry. Okay.
A copy arst.
Maybe
You can attempt to ask him a question. Go ahead.
The point is, get on with it.
No, maybe not. I wouldn't want him to
Maybe let's deliberate about it for a few minutes.
And then decline. Get on with it. The point is, get on with it.
No need, Darwin.
I'm sorry. Wow. I'm sorry. When it gets to a certain level, I don't want to push people to the point where they're using bad language. So I'm gonna just stop today. Okay. Thanks very much.
No, that's okay. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Plus, we're talking about something that's very touchy to many people, right? We're talking about the creator. That's a touchy subject, especially if there's people with certain religious beliefs. Now,
Hold on. Why is it not touchy for me and Ken?
But pandering and padding doesn't help. Just get on with it. Like all this doubting doesn't help. It just is annoying. Just saying, not taking it personally. You don't have to feel bad about it. It's just practical. Stop doubting. Get to the point. That's always better here.
No,
I agree with
no. Let's just correct that. No, we make certain allowances for how people are. Adam is very measured and deliberate in the way he speaks.
Yeah, but he also knows when there's a time and a place for everything. There's a moment for such things. You can't always do that. It'll just get annoying, right? Adam knows that. He knows that in practice. He knows when to get to the point and when he has the room to get into detail. He knows that.
Like I made this about you, Adam.
As far as I'm aware, everyone listening to this at the moment, or everyone here anyway, at least on the panel, we're all in absolute agreement that there is a creator. And that is a definite. Without, it's not a belief, it's a knowing. I know there's a creator. I can say that with confidence. And I can prove that and show that with the natural world.
Can I? You can prove that? How can you prove that?
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, because we have gas pressure.
Hold on, how's that non sequitur?
First law. Because existence.
Let me expand on that. Boom, boom.
Yeah, we have gas pressure. That means we're contained. Which means we're contained. We couldn't be contained if we weren't within a system that requires containment. A system that everything in it, we only know part of how it works. There's a lot of stuff we don't understand. We only see the effects of and can describe. You know, we can only reproduce things. We can never create them. We can reproduce a blade of grass. We can't create a blade of grass. I can't create a blade of grass.
So
Is that-
your proof. So
Hold
your
on, is that not
is
an argument from ignorance fallacy?
no.
Well,
That's
can
an
you
argument.
can you create a plate of graph?
Oh God.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
Well, disprove me.
Well,
Yeah.
you could.
You can't. It's indirect because he's using functional sequence specified complexity. My number 4th proof, by the way. Now that's not directly science or cause and effect relationship. I hadn't put it into a hypothesis yet, but he's appealing to the container. That's functional sequence specified complexity. You remember that part? I think a lot of people should go back to my website and go under proofs of the creator and then scientific evidences and go through 1 through 4 and then resubmit your postulation.
You just said this wasn't scientific evidence.
I didn't claim scientific evidence. I just said proof that the creator exists.
I did.
Okay,
I can
how
do
is
it.
functional sequence specified complexity scientific?
It can only come from a creator. It's based on information, like all the other ones.
That wasn't my question.
But how does
Yeah, it
that
was.
fit in the scientific
No,
method?
no, that wasn't my question.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. How is functional
Yeah.
sequence specified complexity? Let's rephrase this. Capable of being put through the scientific method.
It can't.
What's the cause of it?
Yeah. I'd have to think about that one. Give me a chance to think about it, but I can go back to one I already have.
Can someone break this?
you used the
Hold
word
on.
science
Hold on. There's going to be a
colloquially,
proportion of the
didn't you? Yeah, you
audience.
used it colloquially.
Hold on. There is going to be a proportion of the audience that will not know what we are talking about, right? Which is fine. But I've got a cup of coffee that I want to drink. Huey's got a cheese sandwich that he wants to eat. Can someone talk about sandcastles for a few moments so that the audience understands? My bad. Can somebody talk about the sandcastle example so that the audience understands what functional sequence specified complexity actually is and how it would be in any way even claimed to be a proof of God? Who wants to give? Who wants to do the sandcastles?
Adam, Nate, Arwen.
Adam could probably do a better job.
I've got the old one from Globuster. So if we were to be sat on the beach and we've got a beautiful sand castle there, and a wave washes up, we all know what will happen to the sand castle. The kind of logic to would be implied that if creation could just happen, that wave would wash up onto the sandcastle, and as it went back, a lovely conservatory extension had been built on there. The information that's required in anything is so complex it couldn't just randomly fall into place. It's just an impossibility. So that's the underpinning thing, and more importantly, within that, information is contained. Information that has an impact that requires a knower for it to be realised.
Okay, so let's compare that. So in QE's example, he uses DNA, right? So he's got the massive amount of complex information that's held within DNA as the example, and then you have the story of the creation from the Big Bang, where things just sort of develop through evolution, whatever that is, and you then come up with this comparison and say, okay, like with Adam with the sandcastle. So you've got a sandcastle, but that sandcastle, in terms of its complexity, we're talking about a world record beating size, scale, and complexity in terms of sandcastle manufacturing. This is enormous. We're talking about a sandcastle that a guy has got to the beach at 4 a.m. before the sun's come up, started getting all of his materials together, and then by sunset they're taking the photographs of it as he carves away the last little bit just before the tide comes in, right? So it's taken.
Right, so the Sandcastle Championships, that's an actual thing.
Yeah, thank you for the elaboration. It was obviously desperately required. Yeah, it's the Sandcastle Championships, right? And he's that guy with that sandcastle, that complex structure that he has made with all of the information about it contained within it. Now, when you compare the complexity of that sandcastle to DNA, it's absolutely laughable. There's no comparison. It's nowhere near as complex. There's nowhere near as much information. It's orders of magnitude higher in terms of the density of information kept within DNA. So then when you say, okay, so nature, according to the Big Bang and the evolution nonsense, has created this through just a series of natural events. And it is comparable to, instead of Adam's example where this tide comes in and builds a conservatory, it's the equivalent of the tide coming in, a wave splashing down, and then the random mess that it leaves in the sand being 50 times bigger than the sandcastle that the guy made, and more complex with working plumbing. That's what it's the equivalent of. Just the shoreline just magically creating it, just by happenstance.
Whoa. A sandcastle with working plumbing?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But that's
But even that is not. Sorry,
I think I've got one. A cause and effect. So, if we were to take the information for insulin, we can have a cause and effect there. We can take that sectional chunk of information, implant it in Escherichia coli, its protein synthesis point, and cause an effect of the production of insulin. If I don't use that specific coding, I don't get insulin.
That's beautiful. I can science, it says Adam.
Can I just throw out something that is in the same vein as the sandcastle example?
I think we've moved past that, Brian, but go ahead. Fine.
This, I'm trying to show the magnitudes, and I don't think you did it justice, Nate. If you have a sandcastle, the tide comes in, a wave comes in, washes it away, right? And then a second wave comes in, and when that wave goes away, there's a hydrogen fusion reactor on the beach. That is nowhere near the complexity of what we have in the world, in the natural world.
Right.
Even
so
that is nowhere
my
near.
great example of recombinant DNA technology. Yeah, nuclear power station.
That didn't do it for him.
I think.
Right, QE. Because you can probably summarise this in
that,
just so we've got.
Can I elaborate?
You can, but QE's probably got the best example, which I'm hoping you'll end us with. So go ahead, not end us like as in end our lives, but
just in all of that. Okay, what man is able to do, okay, is take a chunk that he identifies from nature and swap it around and manipulate it, and he can look at the information that's there and try to understand it, but it's so complicated. The amount of information, not just for today, but for tomorrow, it's all contained in there. And so, yeah, I can science it, but when you look at it and the more you examine it, the more you see, like I say, when you get to the bottom of the glass, God is waiting there for you. Yeah. Not just the plastic eating bacteria. Yeah. Not just for today, but for tomorrow. All the information is there for us. Done.
There's something more profound. There's something more profound. There's something more profound that you just said. You said that you can look at it, that chunk of DNA, and see the information. Really? Post a picture of it.
I've got this really beautiful painting of lots of colours, like little lines next to each other. It's beautiful. You should see it.
Yeah.
Epic. Do you want to hear the joke?
Okay,
Do you want to hear the joke? Betty told me this for the first time. I just do a better job of telling it than she does, or so I'm told by her. Anyway, this was originally told to me by Betty. So, God creates everything, and at the end of it all, he's sitting back. He's listening in on a conversation that man's having amongst themselves. And these two fellas are on the beach, and they're like, "We don't need a God. We don't need God. We can create stuff by ourselves. We don't need God." And God comes through the clouds and goes, "Oh, really? Is that so? Let's see you have attempts then. Off you pop. Let's see you create life." And the guys on the beach go, "No bother." Start gathering up a bit of sand and a bit of soil, and God says, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing there, lads? Get your own dirt."
Exactly. Blade of grass.
Now you have to credit Betty.
I did.
Oh, sorry, my bad, sorry. So while I've got QE, if the temperature is down a bit, I would like to just understand a little bit more about his and I don't want to say double whatever experiment. The point where the scientists ran out of the room towards something spiritual, I think you said, right? My question would be, what did these men actually see that caused that reaction?
I'm not following.
Okay, at the end of your
He's asking about the
presentation,
double
or
slit experiment, the double slit.
yeah, and you said that the scientists who were atheists ran out of the room towards some Eastern type religious belief,
Oh,
not
yeah.
Christianity.
I didn't say that they ran out of the room. That's where I was getting confused. I was trying to
Oh,
search
sorry.
back on. That's okay. I think you have the concept, not the particulars. I think I mentioned even in the literature after the double slit experiment, mainly after the delayed choice quantum eraser, in a lot of even their own literature, they'd flock because they knew their goose was cooked, because you can't have matter exist without a knower first. That's what all these quantum mechanical experiments, when you brass tacks it down, that's the underlying foundation of it. So once they realize that, it's real easy to realize that. And if you're an atheist, then you're screwed, because all of your philosophy is based on naturalism or philosophical naturalism. You can't have a knower, something that's immaterial or information. You can't have that even exist in your reality. So they must realize that, and they started flocking to the Eastern mystery religions. Well, the reason why they did that is because they're not going towards Christianity, right? They want to find another answer, just like all of secular society, right? They're not going towards Christianity. So they went to the Eastern mystery religions. Why? Well, there has to be some type of intelligent agent, right? In order for just simple matter, in order for existence itself, just a great, like somebody said, a blade of grass, not even that. When you're talking even carbon, any of the elements, just one, it's all over. You get it?
Right. But maybe and please, just a little patient. I'm just wondering, as I listened to what you said about, and it's just my understanding, what if they went home to their wives and they walked in the door with some of these Eastern mysticism books, and his wife said to him, "What did you see in the lab today that caused you to do this?" What would he say to explain it to her?
Is that a question?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
saying
What would he
break
say to-
down God
how would QE
from.
know?
It's the same question he asked originally. It was just expanded on it to the point where he can concisely ask you in a manner that says, how does the guys who flock to the Eastern mystery religions have to contend with the notion of there being a God as a result of knowledge? He's asking you to tie it together in a concise way. That's all he's asking.
Yeah, it was the experiment that was demonstrated before that, the delayed choice quantum eraser. You have to have knowledge to have matter exist.
Right. They might have phrased it
Okay.
as, "We found scientific proof for God." So
No. He wants it
Something like
breaking
that.
down. What is it they saw? Let me tell him. Ugh.
Yeah.
So they're looking.
Sorry.
You're getting your answer. Do you want to pop yourself on mute? So they're looking at light being passed through a double slit. Now, you're just going to have to accept my terminology when I say pass through or travel or anything that infers a journey for the light. Just accept it. I don't care at this point. Don't want to be contradicted on it for my lack of English. Anyway, you fire a particle of light. It ends up at the other end of the bloody room, however that's described. In between, there's a double slit. Now, when you fire that light, it only has a probability of where it will actually end up. Now, that probability is the diffraction pattern. So, what does that mean? It means that you fire a piece of light, and when it goes through one or other of the two slits, it will either hit at, let's say, point 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So you fire the very first particle, it goes through this double slit, and then ends up at point 3. Okay? So you on your chart, you mark down, arrived at point 3. So where will the next one arrive? Well, the answer is, you don't know. It's not going to actualize in the exact same place as the last one did. There's only a probability of where it will actually manifest. So you fire your second one and you go, well, I think it'll land at point 3 like the last one did. You fire it, it hit point 1. Oh, it didn't hit the same point. So you mark down impact at point 1. Now you carry on this process, and what you'll find is there's a pattern that emerges, and you can describe that pattern that emerges as a probability, a likelihood of where this event's going to actually take place. So it's only a probability at this point. Do you understand so far? Rhetorical. Hopefully you do. If not, tough luck. Listen again on the re-up. Anyway, when you've then got something observing which slit it went through, you acquire knowledge. And the only way to have that knowledge is by way of knowing, right? So you need a knower in order to actualize where the impact takes place. So once you know, the causal influencer in this example, once you acquire knowledge of which path it went through, it has a direct influence on the actualization of the reality of where it will hit. It's no longer an interference pattern, a probability, a likelihood. You, as a knower, knowing which slit it went through, caused it to actualize. Ergo, you had a direct influence. What part of the setup and experiment was actually influenced? In other words, what's the independent variable? Knowledge. Knowledge of which path. You can't have knowledge without a knower. That's you. So again, as I summarized it earlier, I won't go through it again in too much detail. Rewind that all the way back to the ontological primitives where it all begins. How can you have matter exist? How can it exist beyond a likelihood? How can it become actual? Oh, well, we know the answer. There must be a knower. For there to be knowledge, for there to be actualization, for there to be a reality to manifest that we can observe. So we know where it began because we know the causal influence. Knowledge, therefore knower, therefore God. Hope that's clear.
God is the knower.
Okay. Okay. Maybe just for clarification, then, with the knower would also be the one that manipulated that variable.
You could put it like that, but if the information exists and there isn't a person to experience the information, then there wouldn't be an actualization of reality. In other words, if you have a camera, they call them slit detectors, but you have a camera that videotapes this and it's stored on a computer that's accessible, then you will see wave function collapse. In other words, it does actualize because you know which slit it went through and you can access the information. However, if this experiment was set up in such a fashion that you had a hard drive attached to a slit detector and then the building burnt down, you wouldn't have had at any point a wave function collapse. You would only have ever had interference in that setup. gives me goosebumps saying this. It's mad. Yeah, it's a really
a little extreme, but
well, it's just you can't have information without somebody to experience the information. It's not information without that aspect, and that's again that aspect is proven by this setup. Now that is where the delayed choice quantum eraser comes in, but that's a little bit more complicated for me to explain. I could, but it'd take me about 20 minutes, and I'd probably balls it up a few ways along the way.
Well, I still have some questions about the knowing which path. Like, I'm not certain how extensive they really did test that. I've never witnessed it, right? And I mean, I'm very curious.
It's been done thousands of times. Are you ever me on?
Are you serious?
No, I'm not saying that the test has not been performed exactly as is, but I'm saying there should be variations on this knowing. But yeah, that's just my curiosity. I would have to actually test it.
They've taken out that aspect from it with the delayed choice.
Hold on.
Go on.
Hold on a second. Just 1 second, Nathan, because I do the same thing you do. It's not the knowing that's the important part. It's the information that's existing. You don't have to know it. All it does is have to exist. So be careful. The next step is to say you must have a knower to have matter exist. Why? Because knowers are the only entity that can recognize information. So it's a feedback loop constantly. It's ferocious. Follow?
I understand, but there's variations. So, for example, what if you instructed a program on the hard drive that would record this information to randomly delete it when it arrives or not, and then see what happens?
If the random deletion...
That's all I'm saying.
If the random deletion did not delete the information, ergo it was still accessible, then you could have the diffraction pattern collapse, and therefore a successful experiment with a validated cause because the information's still accessible, randomly deleted or otherwise. If, on the other hand, during the process of random deletion, the information that was acquired during the experimental setup was actually deleted, this is going to really bend your needle, then it did not collapse. It was always a diffraction pattern, and if you walked into the room to look at the setup, you'd have only seen diffraction. That's been done. So, that's why the delayed choice quantum eraser is set up, for that very specific reason.
But is it then knowing, or is it just information? This is just getting kind of weird because
QE just said this 10 seconds ago.
Hold on, let me finish, please.
Yeah, because your question's already been answered by QE. It's a feedback loop. How can you have information, Arwin, if you haven't got somebody to interpret it?
Well, what if the hard drive program simply said, oh yeah, well, as like the information is being transferred, we will not receive it. We will block off the transmission in that sense then you didn't. Then it was never arriving as in the form of information.
Let me answer. Then you didn't have the information in the first place, ergo you didn't experience wave function collapse. All you got in the setup was diffraction.
Okay, this is interesting. I didn't know that. And I would love to have a chance somewhere in my life to actually physically test some of this myself.
You can,
because this is all just rumors to me at this point.
Do it.
These are just rumors. So we got Zhao Sungma in 2013, quantum eraser with the causally disconnected choice from Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. This is what they say. The presence of path information anywhere in the universe is sufficient to prohibit any possibility of interference. It is irrelevant whether a future observer might decide to acquire it. The mere possibility is enough. My conclusion, therefore, the lack of which path information anywhere in the universe is sufficient enough to prohibit any possibility of wave function collapse, i.e. no matter formation. End of game.
So even if the information would never be accessible to humans, no possibility, it would still, as long as the information was somehow formed, it would still cause the effect.
No. You didn't listen.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
It must be acquired.
Nope.
It isn't information if it isn't interpreted and understood by a knower. I'll give you an example, Arwin. If you're standing in a jungle, right, and the man in front of you whispers to you in Swahili, and you go, I don't understand Swahili, right? And then you get eaten by a tiger, would you accept that there was no information exchange before you were eaten?
Good one.
A man tells you in Swahili that you're about to be eaten by a tiger. And then, because you don't understand Swahili, you don't turn around and look for the tiger that's about to eat you. You instead get eaten. Because there was a transfer of information, but the knower at the other end had no way of interpreting it, like your hard drive that's been scrambled. Now, at that point, you haven't got any information. There isn't any information. You didn't receive information. Why? Because you didn't understand the language. Ergo, you got eaten. Now, if there was information in that language you didn't understand, then you wouldn't have been eaten by the tiger. But you were, because there wasn't actually any information exchanged. There was no information in that scenario. There has to be two-way communication. There has to be somebody transmitting the information and somebody receiving the information.
Okay, I get it. I'd still love to test it because, yeah, I'm sorry. I've never performed the experiment myself, and I have to be reserved. So, but if I'm going to test it, I will make sure not to wager my life on it. Thanks.
Can I say something? Going back to the blade of grass. If I'm like Adam, a chemist, a scientist, and I can take a blade of grass and I can figure out its chemical composition, its makeup, and I can see the information within that and its complexity with just a blade of grass, and I have an intellect that can do that, and I am unique in the way that my body is structured, how my mind works and is allowed to work because of how my body is structured. I don't live in a jungle. I'm not an animal. I'm not greater than or lesser than. I'm just not an animal. I'm not a lion. I'm not an ant. Whatever. I have the ability to actually investigate this blade of grass with a microscope that was made by someone who also has an intellect and thinks similar to how I think as another human.
Yeah.
Is that not that this has to have been everything has to have been created?
Right.
If you understand what I mean.
See,
I know it's created. I'm not resting like the experiment data on whether I believe in God and the creator or not. I'm just like, I just need to actually physically do it, I guess.
I think I'm talking to you.
That is the scientific way, really.
I'm not critiquing you. I'm just,
yeah,
I just want to out.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Go ahead, Adam.
You don't need to go that far. By the way, you don't need to go that far. If you start off with the premise of the two ontological primitives, right? So you don't have to go this deep. I go that deep because I like being in the weeds. But you don't have to go that deep because as soon as you recognize that information exists, it's all over. You don't have to go to all this extravagant experiments and things. You follow. It's all over right there. So don't make it more complex than you actually have to. Because in the nature poofed itself into existence from pre-existence, that's a paradox anyway. But as soon as you recognize that information exists, then it's all over, because it can't exist in philosophical naturalism, because all that exists there is matter and energy, and information is matterless and energyless. Follow?
Natural, and that has to. It's the domain of God.
What the supernatural bit for me isn't. See, I talked about encoding a protein and making an insulin molecule, and we can look at that and we can see to some degree the organization of the molecule, the structure, and how it's encoded in there, and that's brilliant. We go brilliant, well done. But it's the realization of the hidden code of the programmer behind it yeah, that wrote the rules that mean how these molecules come together. It's that information that blows my mind, that is the demonstrator. Not that we can look at bits and make a little bit of this like with Lego. It's the fact that those rules that are there behind the scene that mean the molecules come together like this, that it means do this. That hidden information, the supernatural information, that's
the
the proof
pattern
to me. Yeah.
The underlying pattern structure of everything. How it orders, how it is ordering, how that works.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up. God. He said you make the same mistake again, Adam. You said you see the encoding. No, you don't. That's the point.
No, and that's what I was trying to differentiate. So, yeah, listen to what I'm saying.
I did.
Yeah? No, I don't think you are doing. We can see the AGCTAs.
Yes, I am. I think I am doing.
Well, let me reiterate it again. So we can see all the AGCTs, all of that, and we can blow smoke up our arses and think, wow, we've got the secret of life. But that isn't the secret of life. The secret is, why the hell do those things do that? Why did they form that? What information is there for them to do all of that function? That's what I say is the most amazing, the hidden information, the hidden rules that underpin the little bit of understanding that we can see. This is how Lego blocks go together. Why Lego blocks go together?
Design.
Yeah, it's a bit like looking at a computer program. Yeah, you can do the computer programming, but you've got no idea what built the chip and how the chip works.
I don't know where you went with that. I'm just saying
that is found.
Holy
Design
shit. Is there a delay or something that when I start talking, Arwen does?
No. Go ahead.
Do you hear me speaking, Arwen?
I do now.
See, he wasn't hearing me. I thought so. Go ahead, Arwen.
He wasn't.
That's because you got the information.
I was just stopping Adam. I don't have a problem with Adam's the concept that Adam's putting out. He thinks I got a problem with that. I'm just catching him saying that he sees the encoding. No, you don't. You don't see information.
Okay.
Show me a picture of information.
You simulate it in your mind.
Would experienced information be a better way of titling it?
What, making his point for him? That's his point.
I'm just saying for Adam. Maybe Adam said see. Maybe I don't. I can't speak for Adam. Adam, did you mean that you see it, or that you see it as in you experience it?
I felt it and caressed it.
If I've got a specific piece of protein I want to synthesize, yeah, I've got that genetic sequence that I want to implant. That piece of information I have. That's
now you just got chemicals.
Yes, the information that I have to put in to an RNA strand to allow it to encode a specific protein. We have that kind of information, and that is what I was differentiating between how the hell that all actually works and why AGC actually does that. See, we can go right, we can do this and figure out, and we can make this, but we don't know. We still don't know why. The hidden, deeper information, yeah, as to why
That's
all
redundant.
that works, why it does that, is still that's to me the majesty of the creator. We can, like I say, blow smoke up our ass and go, oh, I can encode this protein, but I still know nothing. The more you know, the less you know, because you realize all you've done is figured out a computer program. You've got no idea what the computer is.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem with it. I caught you again. You said hidden information. Now, that's painfully redundant.
Yeah, it's because I'm not able to express how God's put this together. I can see the little blocks, but why the blocks are and why they work together like that, I've got no idea. Yeah, I can cheat and pretend I have knowledge of how it works, but I don't really. the underlying.
No, you're off topic. No, you're off topic again. I want to see the information.
Okay, that's going to be where I round out, I'm afraid, guys. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!